Good. How are you? It's been a while. Milt, looks like you got yours cut too. Yeah. Turn. Yeah. Do you want to? You just want to go through the agenda? We'll start. Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, a few changes. I believe most of you are aware. Item number 1, the comp plan amendment. We discovered late today some issues with links in the report, so we're going to ask you to defer that not to the 21st, but to September 14th, please. Item 2 is a simple zoning ordinance amendment, clarifying that we can review
Did you have a question?
demolition requests in the design review overlay. We're unaware of any opposition, but it is a code amendment, so we'll need to hear it, but we'll be quite brief. Item 3 is sorry.
Sorry, question really quick on item 2. So there will be no public hearing on 2. I mean, we will hear it publicly, but there will be no public comment.
Yeah,
Is that
we're
right?
unaware of any public
Thank you.
interest in it. Yep,
Sure.
correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. And then item 3 is an appeal of an administrative decision where we approved a home occupation. So we'll need to hear that. It's a dispute between neighbors and there's some concern with the approved home-based business. Item 4 is a request for a waiver from curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We'll need to hear that. We've recommended approval to waive the curb and gutter requirement, but denial of the waiver for sidewalk. We're recommending that sidewalk is installed. Item 5 is a conditional use permit for a PUD on Vista Avenue. We need to hear that not because of public opposition, but an applicant concern with conditions of approval. I believe specifically a requirement or a recommendation on our part for detached sidewalk. Item 6 is a conditional use permit for a single family home in the office zone here close to downtown. We're unaware of opposition on that one, so you can try that as a consent item. Item 7, we're asking be deferred to September 14th. Item 8 is a PUD for 2 detached single-family homes over on Longmont. We're recommending that be placed on the consent agenda. We're unaware of any opposition to that one. Same with number 9. It's a variance to encroach into the rear yard setback for a garage or accessory structure over 1,000 square feet. We can try that on the consent agenda. We're unaware of any opposition. Item 10 is a PUD off Fairview and Cole. You've seen this property a number of times over the years. This is a request for a multifamily residential component. There is opposition to it, so we'll need to hear that. And then,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer.
Sorry, Cody. I'm going to have to recuse myself on that item on number 10.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then item 11 is a rezone PUD subdivision and a variance. We'll need to hear that. Again, we're unaware of public opposition to the request, but we've recommended denial of the variance that's associated with the request. And so that'll be the focus of that hearing to our knowledge. And I believe that's it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
I will need to recuse myself for item number 5. So I just wanted to make that note.
Thank you. I saw the note. Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bratnober.
question for Cody. So on item number 1, I assume we're going to have the whole deal come at us again, packet and everything like that. Do you anticipate changes to the packet other than correcting those links?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bratnober, no. No changes other than making sure those links are working for everyone.
Okay, because there's a lot there to review. I'd like to get a head start on it. Thank you.
You bet.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
just to confirm, that was deferral on number 1, deferral to September 14th as well.
Deferral on number 1 to September 14th and deferral on number 7
Yes,
to September 14th.
correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
So we're good till 6, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get started.
Good evening and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you will be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. If the chat function isn't available for you, you can email zoninginfo@cityofboise.org with any technical issues. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of a registered neighborhood association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we will proceed to public testimony, starting with those who have signed up on the online sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you are attending through your telephone, you can type in *9. Again, that's *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Tonight's agenda and proceedings might have a bit of a delay as we navigate with this new technology. Please be courteous and kind while we venture through this hybrid format. And Madam Chair, you have the floor.
We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances, and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important that you give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there's no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you for all virtually attending tonight, and will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Here.
Schaefer,
Here.
Squires,
Here.
Blanchard,
Here.
Moore,
Here.
Stevens,
Here.
Gillespie,
Here.
Bratnober,
Here.
8 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. So as we get started tonight, first off, we have a request to defer item number 1, which is CPA 20-01 from Boise City Planning and Development Services, requesting a deferral to September 14th, 2020. Is there anybody present wanting to testify who could not return to September 14th? Please virtually raise your hand or raise your hand in person if you're sitting here with us. So for anybody that is following along online, at the bottom of the Zoom program, if you click participants, and then at the bottom of that screen, you should see the raise hand button. So we'll give it one more second. Is there anybody online or in person tonight that cannot return to testify on September 14th for item number 1? Okay. Seeing no hands raised, I will take a motion to defer item number 1 to September 14th.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I move to defer item number 1, CPA 20-1 to the September 14th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Great. We have a motion from Commissioner Schaefer and a second from Commissioner Bratnober. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore, Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnober,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. The next item actually also requesting deferral is item number 7. This is CUP 20-26 from Annie Frampton at 612 South 14th Street. This is a conditional use permit requesting deferral to September 14th. Is there anybody present online or in person tonight that would like to testify that cannot return to testify on September 14th? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, then the chair will entertain a motion to defer item number 7.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'd like to move to defer item number 7, CUP 20-26 to the September 14th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Great. We have a motion from Commissioner Schaefer and a second from Commissioner Bratnober to defer item 7 to September 14th. Will the chair please call the vote?
Stein,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnober.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great. So without objection, we will place the minutes from the July 6th, 2020 and July 13th, 2020 meeting on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration on the consent agenda is item number 6. This is CUP 20-25 from Jim and Gail Chalfant at 516 West Franklin Street. It's a conditional use permit for a single family home. Is the applicant present? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, we do have applicants present. And are you in agreement with the terms and the conditions in the staff report? I think it was Jim. Oh, and Beth. I see Beth, you should be able to speak now. if you're
Yes,
not.
I don't know if Jim and Gail are on here, so I will say yes for them.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I'm sorry, Beth, are you not the applicant?
I am the architect on the job.
Great. I actually see Jim on the
Oh,
call. Maybe
good.
you could promote him. Jim, are you in agreement with the terms and the conditions of the staff report? I think he's muted.
Okay, yes, we are. Can you hear me
Jim,
now?
thank you.
You hear me now?
Okay. Thank you. And is there anybody present tonight that is here to testify in opposition of item number 6? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, we will place item 6 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration is item number 8. This is PUD 20-26, Cook Brothers Construction at 1715 South Longmont Avenue. It's a conditional use permit for a planned residential development. Is the applicant present? Please virtually raise your hand. Great, I see Ben there. And Mr. Semple, are you in agreement with the terms and the conditions of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. And is there anybody present tonight that would hope to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll place item 8 onto the consent agenda. The last item for consideration is item number 9. This is CVA 20-28 from Bro Brazier at 1405 North 14th Street. It's a variance to encroach into the rear yard setback. Is the applicant present? Yes, I see him. And Mr. Brazier, are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there anybody present tonight that would like to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will place item 9 on the consent agenda. And the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I move to approve the following items on the consent agenda. The meeting minutes from July 6th, minutes from July 13th, 2020. New business item number 6, CUP 20-20, and item number 8, PUD 20-26 and SUB 20-30, and item 9, CVA 20-28.
Sorry, just for clarification, Commissioner Schaefer, did you include the minutes from July 6th in addition to July 13th?
I believe I did, but I could amend the motion to include the meetings from July 6th, 2020.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevens. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnover.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. So moving on to item number 2, we will hear from staff, and Mr. Wilson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, could we share the staff podium, please? Thank you. My name is Josh Wilson. I am the design review manager for the city of Boise, and I am making my what seems like once yearly appearance in front of you to present a code amendment regarding design review of demolitions within the design review overlay. So this code amendment has come about after increased scrutiny and concern by the public over demolitions, primarily in relation to 3 categories: affordable housing, sustainability, and preservation of historic assets. The continued growth of the city does require the demolition of structures for infill development and the orderly development of the city, but with some proper foresight and policies in place, the impacts on established neighborhoods can be reduced. So apart from properties within historic districts, there actually is no review period for demolitions. It's an over-the-counter permit with the building department that can usually be attained within a few days. The proposed code amendment would require administrative design review approval for the demolition of any structure within the D overlay. That would include the DD overlay, what was typically called a design review zone. And we feel that, and I should add, that the exception would be any uninhabited accessory structure would not require that administrative approval. Those administrative approvals have a maximum 15-day process, similar to other administrative approvals that our department processes. So we feel that this process can ensure that restoration and protection plans are in place to prevent unsightly or dangerous conditions on demolished sites. And they also provide a space and a time frame where conversations about alternatives to demolition can be explored, whether that's salvaging of building materials instead of sending them to the landfill, whether that's relocation of structures, or even the potential reuse of structures for the different purpose. That review period can create a space for those conversations to take place. To date, we have received 4 public comments in support of the proposed ordinance amendment, with none opposed. The West Downtown Neighborhood Association submitted comments in support, and we have not received any contrary or positive, for that matter, agency comments after our transmittals went out. So while not ultimately prohibiting demolition, we feel that this ordinance amendment can protect neighborhoods by requiring appropriate redevelopment plans on demolished sites. It can create time for conversations to take place around those alternatives to demolition, and can help promote some creative solutions to some of these issues facing the community as a result of these demolished structures. So we feel that it promotes the goals and policies of Blueprint Boise, is necessary for public health and safety. And we would recommend approval of the code amendment tonight. And with that, I could stand for any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. First, I'll see if we have any representatives from the West Downtown Neighborhood Association on the call. Please virtually raise your hand. I've also skipped over the applicant because the staff is the applicant on this one. Okay, seeing no neighborhood association, then we will move on to questions from the commission.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I have a number of questions. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Ben?
Josh Wilson.
Josh Wilson.
Josh, hi, Josh. Josh, how many buildings would be covered by, are currently covered by these overlay districts, D and DD?
Yeah, so the design review overlay, it does cover the majority of the commercial, industrial, office, and multifamily areas of the city. What it would not cover would be portions of the city zoned are residential districts, R1A, R1B, R1C. Typically, R2 and R3 have that D designation on the end, so they would be included.
Okay, thank you. So that answered my, so first of all, just a technical point. There's two paragraph A's under on page packet page 87. A is purpose and applicability is also A. It should be B. And that's where you started to make changes to add, including demolition. How exactly, what qualifies as a demolition? Is removing, say, a porch or a, you know, any portion of a building, or is what does demolition mean
Sure.
to the
Madam,
city?
yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie. So demolition would be the removal of a structure.
All of it.
All of it. So we all the time get partial, what we would call a partial demolition if they're adding on or remodeling a building. It would be a total demolition.
Okay. Next question is, in the preamble, the justification for this proposal, you mentioned affordability, and I've looked through the code exactly here under minor design review, as well as under procedures and the decision. And the word affordability does not appear in the code. So I'm just curious as to, you know, one of your principles, and neither frankly does the word or the ideas of recycling material. So the two justifications you gave for this actually aren't in the decision criteria before design review. So I'm wondering why that is or what's going on.
Sure. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, as you're aware, the issue of affordability is a complicated subject. And this code amendment is part of a larger approach to demolition. Public Works is undertaking studies to look at alternative streams for the materials, you know, instead of going to the landfill. So that's part of this. And when we preface this with that discussion about affordable housing and salvaging of materials, it's really that this amendment creates time for those conversations to take place. We have very limited ability to require affordable housing or require the salvaging of those materials. But with a slight delay, instead of these permits being issued over the counter in a matter of 24 hours, that 2 weeks gives time. And these would also be transmitted to neighborhood associations so that those conversations can start to develop around these structures. And that's really why we mentioned the affordable housing and the sustainability pieces. It all kind of fits into the larger puzzle of demolitions in the city that are taking place and kind of those concerns around them.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So you suppose you're a landowner, a property or developer, and you want to demolish a building, and you read through the findings on packet page 90, and none of these really apply to a demolition. They all apply to the new construction that would go there. There's also nothing here about affordability or recycling. How would you as a developer know if your proposal or, you know, what you want to do was acceptable to the city with regard to clear findings? How would you know
Yeah,
that?
so Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, if you look at the findings, C and item B is landscaping stabilization and screening. And we have amended that section to read that landscaping screens buffer adjacent uses and screen or conceal unsightly areas, including sites vacant due to demolition. So
Right.
there could be some vegetation treatment, instead of leaving a dirt spot where a structure was, we could require some screening and some abatement through vegetation through that section.
But Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
but there's not a finding here that addresses affordability or recycling of materials.
Correct.
So
Yep.
what would prevent, do you ever see a situation where the director just says, you haven't addressed affordability or the recycling of materials, and the developer says, well, there's no findings, or how do I do that? And the city doesn't actually have an answer for the developer as to how they comply with the stated purpose of this code amendment.
Sure. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, you're correct. That it is not in code, and we do not have so we cannot deny a demolition because they're not recycling the materials or providing affordable housing. It's a goal of this and of the larger effort that the city is undertaking, but we do not have the ability to place that in the design review code.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Stevens.
Commissioner Gillespie anticipated some of my questions as well. First, I just want to say I'm thrilled after 16 years of being first on historic preservation and then on planning and zoning to finally see a demolition ordinance at least come before us. This is really great. So I'm glad for the political will that's behind it and that it's finally before us. But I do have some questions that Commissioner Gillespie didn't answer. So I wanted to follow up on one of his questions, which is regarding the question of demolition and the definition of that. Is that going to be defined somewhere in code so that it's clear to an applicant what we're talking about? If they are just talking about a partial demolition of a, porch or a, back addition or what have you, will that be included, an actual definition?
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, the zoning code contains a chapter with definitions currently. It does not have a detailed definition of demolition. Rather, it's really left up to our discretion. And as you may be familiar with your time on the Historic Preservation Commission, we do use our discretion in terms of what a complete demolition is. And really it would be, certainly in terms of historic preservation, substantial removal of the structure so that the original structure does not remain. So you cannot leave a wall standing and say that structure is not demolished. That structure is clearly demolished, but that part is at the discretion of staff.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I continue with a few others?
Yes, please, Commissioner Stevens.
Okay. So I just want to get this on the record. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but the reason for the chosen districts that this applies to and the reason that the HD overlay is not included is because demolition is already taken care of through compliance with other findings in that district. Is that right? Or in that overlay?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, yes. So within a historic district, demolition of either a contributing or non-contributing structure requires approval. Yes.
Okay, great. And then you had mentioned that this is that there is a delay of 2 weeks. And I actually, as I read through the code, I actually couldn't find that. So I was hoping you could point me to where that was, because that was one of my questions coming in tonight, is exactly how this is delayed. I just didn't see any language about it.
Sure. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, the design review administrative process follows the procedure set forth for all administrative applications in Chapter 11, Section 3, that dictate a maximum of 15 days for those administrative reviews. So this just falls under that category.
Okay. And I understand what a political hot potato this is. So, but I want to have a little better understanding of the conversations that have happened with staff behind the scenes. And I guess I'm curious, I understand and appreciate that conversations can happen, but, have there been conversations about, what if we are talking about a national register, not just listed property, but eligible property? How do we go about protecting those kinds of things outside of a historic district? And is this really sort of like the best or the strictest you think, and staff came to the agreement that this can get for right now as a first step?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, I would certainly say this is a first step. You're correct that it is a politically loaded issue, and it's one that's been discussed. You mentioned 14 years. I've been around 14 years. It's been discussed those entire 14 years, what to do about this. Currently, there are no protections for a historic register. Even a registered property that's not in a historic district has no protections. At least with this amendment, if they're in a D overlay, they do gain some review and some protection rather than over-the-counter permit. In the instance of Travis Apartments, that was a recent application within the last year. It was eligible and could have been demolished with an over-counter permit in 24 hours. So this at least gets eyes on the application, gets eyes on the property, and allows those conversations to take place. And this will be an evolving conversation. This is not the end all be all. I think I can confidently say that.
And if I could just ask one final question, the way that I read this, not only does it ultimately not, deny, basically there is no way for either the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council under the changes as they're written right now to deny a demolition. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, yes, that is a fair statement.
Okay, that's all.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I would just throw in one slight clarification to that fairly cut and dried statement. I think, Commissioner Stevens, all the city can require is that they put in adequate landscaping and screening of the rubble, which I think is the problem, right, with this ordinance, is that because the city hasn't come to grips with what affordable means and what recycling is required, we're really hamstrung. So I'll be quiet and
we
try and
can
ask a
save
question next
discussion
time.
for the
What color is his
discussion
tie?
period.
Sorry.
Thank
about
you,
that.
Commissioner Gillespie. Are there any additional questions from the commission? Okay. We will move on to to any public testimony. Is there anybody present in person or virtually that would like to testify on this item? Please virtually raise your hand or come on up to the podium. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Wilson, would you like to a rebuttal, 5-minute rebuttal?
Madam Chair, no, thank you. I do appreciate the discussion and thoughtful questions. These are all things that we're struggling with as we're working through this. And again, hopefully this is just a first step in a much larger conversation.
Great.
So, thank you.
Great. So we will close this portion of the hearing and render a decision.
Matt, could you stop screen sharing, please?
So this is for item number 2, which is ZOA 20-01 from the City of Boise, an amendment to the design review specific procedures.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
I will move to approve ZOA 20-1.
Second.
Great, thank you. We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Stevens and a second from Commissioner Blanchard. Now is the time for discussion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
There's a part of me that wants to not approve this, to be totally honest with you. It does not solve the problems that the city's been facing ever since I've been involved in city commissions, and that's, you know, since the very early part of the 21st century. What century are we in? Anyway, but at the same time, I recognize deeply how problematic the demolition ordinance is. And my hope in implementing even the very, and Josh, this is not, or anybody that's there for staff, this is not at all a criticism of you. But my goal in moving to approve this, what I consider to be a very weak ordinance, is that as we begin to see applications come in and the process begin to play out, and there actually it begins to be a real discussion with real projects and real applicants and city staff and likely us and city council, we're going to be able to, as a city, demonstrate the, you know, without having to have necessarily a Travis apartment in front of us, but just little smaller projects, we're going to be able to see the real problems that play out and what really needs to be hammered out in more detail and with stronger language. And so I would be very reluctant, knowing how long this has been coming, to deny this right now, when this is, my guess, probably the best we can get right now until we see how things play out. So I reluctantly support it, thrilled to have it in front of us, and really hope that this is just the first of a longer process, and that in the next couple of years we do something better, stronger, that has teeth, that allows the city to deny demolition of significant structures that contribute in many ways to the city, that should stay put.
Any further comments?
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I will be supporting the motion, but I too have reservations, a little bit different. I think as it's written now, it's both vague and has the potential to be arbitrary. And so, and it also suffers from, if you read it carefully and we strictly apply it, not really doing much except adding 2 weeks to the process. The reason I support the motion is because I think adding 2 weeks to the process is an improvement over what we have now. But again, until we have a common political understanding of affordability and what's historic and what's not, and what is significant structure and what's not, and what's our view on recycling, you know, making private property owners recycle the rubble, I think we're just dressing up the situation. So, but I'll be supporting it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
And I will also be supporting the motion, and I just want to briefly say, I am also curious how this will play out and how it will develop. I think there is some development to happen, but as we work through this and kind of figure out what, which direction it needs to go, the definitions of things and things like that, I'll be very curious to see how it develops and matures, and as we move forward with this ordinance.
I will also say I completely agree with my commissioners, and talk about recycling. I think it would be very cool if someday the city worked towards some kinds of material swap or something like that. If you're looking for recyclable materials, if, you know, we had residents had an opportunity to maybe grab up some of those things that would otherwise end up in the landfill, that could be reused in building. Okay, without further comment, will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Ratnober,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. So moving on to item number 3, this is CAA 20-148 from Tammy and Bob Baker at 5630 West Orana Court. And we'll hear first from Mr. Mansfield.
Maybe I need to get closer. Well, that's too close. Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The next item before you is an appeal of a home occupation permit for a wood shop located at 5630 Oriana Court in an R1C zone. The subject parcel is located about halfway between Overland Road and Interstate 84 in the Central Bench planning area. On June 23rd, 2020, the planning team approved a home occupation permit for a wood shop to be operated out of a portion of the applicant's garage. On June 29th, 2020, an appeal was filed by Tammy and Bob Baker citing noise, dust, and related health concerns, among several other concerns detailed in the appeal report. Here's a view of the garage containing the wood shop. Here's some photos of the proposed wood shop. All tools used in the shop may be purchased at any home improvement store and can be found in garages throughout the city. The equipment is mobile to facilitate parking as needed. A condition of approval required installation of soundproofing material and a fire extinguisher. The applicant also installed a dust collection system prior to the filing of the appeal. These can be seen in the photos on the left. The right photo shows a typical product produced in the shop. Regarding dust and cleanliness concerns, an unannounced visit to the shop by the fire department indicated that there were, quote, no issues at all, end quote, and that there were, quote, no highly combustible materials present, end quote. The planning team received letters both supporting and opposing the appeal. Speaking to the impact of the shop to the adjacent neighbors, outside of the appellant, no letters supporting the appeal were provided by adjacent neighbors, and 3 of 5 adjacent neighbors wrote letters opposing the appeal. Finally, it is worth recalling that the activity of woodworking itself cannot be regulated by this permit. Revocation of this permit would not expressly deny the applicant permission to use standard household tools to craft wood in her garage. It would prevent the applicant from earning a profit by doing so. With the attached conditions, the applicant has agreed to limit the activity so that she may be allowed to earn a profit from the activity. For the reasons outlined in the appeal report, the planning team recommends that the commission uphold the home occupation permit and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. We'll now move on to hear from the applicant. I think that'll be Sarah Barnes. Will the applicant please virtually raise their hand so we can find you? There we go. Thank you, Sarah. We'll start with 10 minutes.
Okay. I guess all I have to say, I've turned in letters from every other surrounding neighbor, and he said that there's 3 out of the 5 neighbors that wrote letters in support of me keeping this permit. And I actually have letters from every person in this cul-de-sac, including the people that live behind me, everybody that I share a fence with, except for one person who he himself has a wood shop and said that he would like to stay neutral because he doesn't want to have to deal with the same thing that I'm dealing with right now. I do feel like I've proven definitely with all the letters, especially from neighbors and from friends, that I am not a detriment to the character and livability of my neighborhood. And that in addition, I'm not even a detriment to the character and livability of Tammy and Robert's home. It just makes it a little bit uncomfortable, I guess, sometimes for them to be in their backyard. But I have put up all of the noise barrier noise absorbing materials and noise barrier. I was not even, well, I was told that I didn't have to do that, and I did that anyways. I feel like I've shown that I can be cooperative, and I'm willing to cooperate further if necessary. I think that there is a middle ground that can be reached, but I do believe that I deserve to make a little money off of my passion, which is woodworking in my garage. I guess that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barnes. We will next move on to the appellant. Do we have the Bakers present? Please virtually raise your hand. Oh, perfect. I see Tammy Baker on there. Please go ahead, Tammy. Tammy, I think you're
Hello,
muted.
I got it. I just didn't unmute my button. Sorry, I'm a grandmother. This is my first Zoom presentation.
Welcome.
Can everyone hear me and see me now?
Yes, please start with your name and address, and you're welcome.
I'm Tammy Baker, and I'm at 2013 South Eagleson Road in Boise. We're here to appeal the home occupation permit that has been issued to Sarah Barnes for the woodworking shop operating adjacent from our property. I have a lot of information here, and I was told that there's no time limit. I just want to double check that before I get started.
No, you'll have 10 minutes.
I was told I had no time limit, so I'm going to move quickly as I can, and I'll try to cover the important things. I'd like to introduce you to my, I have to share my screen. Can that happen, please?
Yes, please bear with us for a moment.
Okay, I'll bear with you. Just bear with me. Like I say, this is a first for me, so.
Ms. Baker, you'll be dropped from the call for just a moment. You'll rejoin.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to now go ahead and share the screen.
Yeah, how's that working?
Not quite seeing it. So at the bottom of the Zoom platform.
Oh, I'm
there's-
sorry. Hang on here just 1 minute. Let me try something different. Okay, I have to get in here. Sorry. Got it. How we doing?
We see it.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm introducing you here to my friend, the thickness planer. It's one of the tools that Sarah said that we could potentially hear, and we certainly can potentially hear this.
Could that have shot right back out at you too? I'm pretty sure.
That gives you an example of kind of what's going on in her shop. That's the planer, and it can work if she's in a production mode, I guess you'd call it. Sometimes 4 and 5 hours a day, we listen to that sound. Here's part of the problem. Here, this is a map of our properties. It shows where her shop is in regards to our property. And the arrow that shows the door that opens there, we're actually 3 feet from the property line is the door to her shop. Our deck is 13 feet from that door, and our back door to our home is 32 feet from the shop. So when that thing's operating, and she likes to keep the door open because obviously it does get hot. Her garage faces west, and it does get very hot in the summer. So with that door open, the sound comes straight out and right into our yard, and that's what we're dealing with. So that's the problem. Here's a picture of our deck and the proximity to the wood shop. Here's a little closer look. I'm on our property and the fence is right there. The door is there and open. And that's the case in a lot of the times that door is open. And even when it's not, when they open that overhead door, everything just blows right out that door, the sound and dirt and dust, everything right into our property. So that's an issue. This is our property, and I'm just gonna play this quickly. I don't know what all, this was one of the videos that had been submitted, and I don't know if you've had a chance to review it, but this shows the sound that's happening in our yard. This is as far away from the point of the shop as I can get in the yard. And we listen to this noise hours at a time. This is a different tool. this video goes on for 2.5 minutes, so I'm not going to allow it to go on. But at the end, I may be able to forward. I can't fast forward it, sorry. But it actually shows my husband saying he's going to start the barbecue grill. There's a part of it where I'm looking. It's a Sunday morning and we're hearing the noise. So we get it all the time and we never know exactly when it's going to happen. When the notice of violation was issued by planning and zoning and passed on to planning and development, this violation was waiting for planning and development, a letter from us, and so that they knew there was an issue with us immediately. There had been a complaint filed. And then there was the letter of explanation from the Barnes as to why they wanted the shop. I had a few problems with that. Obviously, rather than using her limited time with her application for facts and specifications about the tool shop, she spent a lot of the time choosing the diversionary tactic of submitting personal attacks and irrelevant gossip to discredit her opposition. Even in the last paragraph, she says herself, "I know none of this has anything to do with filing for the home occupation permit." And indeed it doesn't. So we've X'd it out. We're not even going to talk about that stuff. There is a rebuttal that had been filed if you're interested in what our side of her problems were. And she's even issued a rebuttal to the rebuttal. So there's a lot of gossip and stuff going on there. If you're interested, it's there online. And I only responded to it because it was a public record. And also for the record, today was the first day that the Barnes started their shouting over the fence campaign, I guess we could call it. So that began today. So we're looking forward to that in the future too. But it is true that the Boise compliance officer did come and issue the violation. And the violation was indeed for having a shop there in her home. You can see that she talks about they have a history of their tools coming together. That kind of contradicts what planning and zoning said, where these tools can be picked up anywhere. They worked in construction. It says this several times, and they have more tools than the average home, and they are professional tools that they've used in the past. She didn't report earnings to the IRS. That's fine, but it is a law in Idaho to report all earnings for self-employment and also to pay state sales tax on your earnings immediately as a self-employed thing. So she's not really set up to do business. Again, there's a lot of things that have been X'd out here, and I'm going to speed through this because I've got a lot of information. But there's a lot of tools that she says she does use, and I'm just going to give you a quick sound of a few of them. Quick. I'm going to go through them. This is the miter saw. We've listened to that already. The band saw she uses. A belt sander. I mean, all these tools are tools that she uses frequently and often, and we listen to it day in and day out. Her scroll saw is supposedly the quietest of the group, and when her door is open, we do hear that. It's the same. We're 13, 15 feet away from where she's working. So what she hears, we hear. She's wearing earplugs, we're not. That's the only difference. Here's some information about actually scrolling and the problems that it does cause. Very fine dust that gets into the air and causes health issues, as well as problems for fire. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed here because I had a lot of information. She did include 10 letters from her neighbors. We also included letters. Three of them were from other neighbors in the area who, it wasn't just a form letter that we took to them. We don't believe that that's the way to approach people, but in talking to them, they wanted to help us with our problems, and they wrote letters in their own words willingly. And there's 3 of those submitted and 2 from friends who have been here and experienced the noise and the dust and the dirt. The dust and the dirt also causes a lot of health issues. And we were surprised when the approval came through after the initial application was filed. I want to address a little bit here the planning and development response and analysis as to how this all happened. The planning and zoning team is referred to a lot, and there actually was no team. This was turned over to Ethan Mansfield, and he told me himself that he was the one that made this decision to approve the permit alone with no oversight whatsoever. The equipment that the applicant used is, whoops, sorry. The problem with that was the dimensions and the power ratings, but there's no specifications giving, what are the acceptable dimensions, power ratings, or weight. We don't have anything acceptable, and the applicant wasn't asked to provide that information to us. So we haven't, that's kind of irrelevant, I think. And there's also, they said they got a letter from a neighbor that was closer to us from the source than we are. The sound didn't bother. There's no one closer than 3 feet. We're the closest neighbors by far. And the noise does, and the dust does concern us a lot. And he talks about this as more of a hobby thing. I think that the information that was passed on to him with the violation from planning and zoning indicates that they decided that indeed it is a workshop and not a planning or not a hobby shop. There were some conditions set for this shop to open. One was that they couldn't use the equipment between 9 and 6 p.m. But that's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I mean, 7 days a week, that's 63 hours a week. They'll be allowed to operate the shop. That's not very acceptable to us trying to use our yard and our property. The insulation that was added, it was added, but there's nothing there that says it's actually fireproof or soundproof. They put insulation on, and they put it on the door, which is fine, but the door is open most of the time, so that doesn't really help. As far as the compliance is required, the Boise City Fire Department was not contacted prior to the issuance of that permit. After the permit was issued and we got the notification, we actually contacted Boise City Fire Department and visited with them about our concerns. They felt the concerns were valid enough that they took it on themselves to go out and inspect the shop. And even though the visit from them was not announced, certainly the applicant was expecting a visit from planning and development to come in at some point, which is another problem that we had. Planning and zoning, or planning and development, never made a site inspection. And that was a concern to us. They didn't hear the noise of the tools. They did not make a site inspection.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Is my time up?
It is, yes.
Can I put one quick slide up? This is the pertinent part, really. Can I take one more minute just because I really was not told of this time limit? This is the home occupation permissions that was written by the city itself, and the following home occupations are prohibited. It involves anything that's highly combustible, which a wood shop is very highly combustible if you look at the OSHA and the CDC's stuff. The normal household equipment of tools has not been specified anywhere, and there is objectionable occupation, and it does change the character of the neighborhood. As I say, I've got a lot more information, but what's maybe the most important are these things. I'll just let you read through them at your pace. But there's a lot of reasons that this is a bad idea to permit this, and I hope you did take time to read through some of the health and fire safety issues that we have with the shop.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. So we'll next move on to see if there's anybody present from the Hillcrest Neighborhood Association. If so, please virtually raise your hand. Oh, good.
You raise your hand.
Hi, Eric. You can please go ahead when you're ready. You are here representing the Hillcrest Neighborhood Association.
I'm sorry, not the association, but just the neighbors.
Okay, great. We'll get to you then in a moment. Please hang tight. So if we don't have anybody from the Neighborhood Association, we will move on to questions from the commission.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I have a question for the appellant, Mrs. Baker.
Yes.
Mrs. Baker, did you ever file a noise complaint with either the city or the county? There are specific noise ordinances.
You know, when this started, we started this process over a year ago, and I started there. I started with the noise, and they sent me to planning and zoning. Planning and zoning, I worked with them for over a year with going back and forth with emails and phone calls, videos, in order to get to the point where we actually got the notification, the violation. So that's where we started. And this is the process that we followed. And once the violation was issued, then it became a planning and development issue.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bratnober.
just a follow-up to Commissioner Gillespie's question. So, Ms. Baker, having been referred to planning and development, and then working through, I guess to the point where that chain ended when they procured a license to operate out of their wood shop.
No, that's actually when it started.
Okay, but then they procured the license. Did you file a noise complaint after they were licensed?
No, that's only been a short time. I had 10 days to file this appeal
Okay, so.
once they were issued.
So in other words, once they had their legal ducks in line as far as operation of a business out of their wood shop, there was not a noise complaint filed.
No, as a matter of fact, what happened is once they got the violation,
No, I'm not talking about the violation. I'm talking about after the license was granted.
she didn't work. She was not able to work during the appeal process.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. And that was a very short time. That was like a 10-day, we had from June 29th, no, July 29th is, June 29th, I filed the appeal. And
Okay.
we had finished that process by July 6th. And during that time, she was not allowed to work at all.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have another question.
Commissioner Bratnober.
So there's another wood shop in the vicinity. Any
Correct.
issues with noise or hours of operation with that wood shop?
No, not at all, because it's not, they're not doing it as a business, it'll be it's more of a hobby shop where on a Saturday afternoon, they'll work for an hour or two, or just, it's here and there, and it's not a constant, this is a full-time, I'm working every day kind of thing. I think she's working a minimum of 20 to 30 hours a week in that shop.
So Madam Chair, one more follow-up on this, I think.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bratnober.
So then during the period when that other wood shop is operating, the sound may be objectionable, but the fact that it's not going on
Correct.
time is okay.
Absolutely.
So similar problem, it's just the quantity.
The duration, and that's also a big health problem with hearing. It's not only the volume, but it's the duration of the noise that causes hearing problems. So that's a major concern for us with our aging ears.
Understood, although the sound falls off as the square of the distance, so it tends to drop off fairly rapidly.
It does
Thank
drop
you very
off,
much.
believe me, it's significant.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to a 5-minute rebuttal from the app.
Public testimony.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Gillespie. Anybody that's interested in testifying on this item tonight, please virtually raise your hand, or in person, please come on up to the podium. And we'll just get started one by one, or just the one. We'll start with Eric, please. And please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Eric Renaud. Sorry, Mr. Renaud, I think you're muted, and I hope I'm not butchering your name. Too bad.
There we go. Is that working now?
Yeah, please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Eric Renaud, and my address is 5646 West Oriana Court in Boise. I did have one quick question. I'm here with one of our other neighbors. Would she be able to also testify after ours on my Zoom?
Anybody that would like to testify will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say we've been here, we're neighbors with Sarah and Taylor for several years now, and we've had absolutely no issue for the longest time. I honestly didn't even know they had a woodworking project, or Sarah had a woodworking project in her garage. And my garage and my house are immediately across the cul-de-sac from her. When she opens her garage door, which she does most of the day, and she runs her business, I honestly don't even know, especially with this COVID whole thing being from home. I'm working from home now, and my wife is as well, and I haven't noticed any kind of discrepancy. I know, like Tim was saying, she's been kind of withheld during the dispute here, but I've noticed nothing. There's no real sound pollution. I'm not noticing any kind of dust or any kind of particulates in the air that aren't normally here in Boise. And overall, I mean, there's not like an increase in traffic. I don't see any kind of detriment to our neighborhood, any kind of problems with it at all. And I think honestly, it just is a project for her. She makes some great art and gets it out there, and I have no issue with it as an immediate neighbor of hers. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renau. Is there anybody else that would like to testify tonight? Please virtually raise your hand. Great. We'll move on to, oh, Eric has another one. Okay. Eric's next person.
My name is Artie Noyes. I live at 5642 West Oriana Court. I purchased my home in 2010. I'm just 2 doors down from Sarah, and I too have been working at home since COVID started. Still am working at home, and I know that there's been a quiet time during this this dispute, but even when I was home before, because I was able to work from home quite a bit, I noticed if I for some reason had a window open, it sounded like a little bee buzzing if there was something, if Sarah was working. But other than that, even when she didn't always have the garage door open, and there wasn't a lot of noise at all. And furthermore, when I first moved into this cul-de-sac, that house was a rental house, and there was a lot more traffic day in and day out that showed up over there than what there is now. Our cul-de-sac is so quiet that we have a little 3-year-old that runs around out in the middle of the street, and we have multiple small dogs in our neighborhood who run back and forth between each other's house. There's just not traffic or noise to bother any of us. They have been wonderful neighbors since they moved in, fantastic. And there's no problem with me, and I have my garage door open a lot, and I don't get any dust, and I don't hear a lot of the noise. So I am very much in support. It's again, it's one of those things that Sarah doesn't do it 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, or on the weekends a lot. It's very irregular. So I don't have an issue, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we'll next go to Bob Baker and then to Brian after Bob. Go ahead, Bob. You'll have 3 minutes. Please start with your name and address. You're currently muted, I think.
Got it. Sorry. Bob Baker.
You know what? I'm sorry, Mr. Baker. Let me just put you on pause for 1 second. I just need to ask a clarifying question to staff. Can Bob Baker testify on his own, even though he's connected to he is the appellant?
Madam Chair, yes, that's
yes,
correct.
I thought so. Okay. Yeah. So Bob, thank you. Please, you'll have 3 minutes. Please start with your name and address.
Okay. Bob Baker, 2013 South Eagleston Road in Boise. I'm a retired firefighter, and so my purpose of being here is to bring up the concerns about fire, explosion, and health hazards associated with the sawdust produced in wood shops. It's an undisputed fact that sawdust is highly combustible and prone to explosive ignition with a heat source or ignition source applied to it. When these fires start, they generally have a very strong explosion, after which the spot fires show up in the garage. OSHA and NFPA all know about these hazards. There are some fire codes that apply to it. It doesn't apply to this particular one because OSHA doesn't cover an operation this small. Wood dust is also a human carcinogen. It when Sarah's using her tools produce a fine wood dust, which is gets into the air and just hangs there. Some sources say that that very fine wood dust can hang in the air for 4 hours after all the power tools are shut off. Now that same very fine sawdust is the hard human carcinogen that people will breathe in and not feel any immediate detriment from it, but years down the road, that's when their health problems start to come up. And it's a very real problem. Again, OSHA, CDC, and every cancer treatment and research site that I could access all name it as a human carcinogen, and that it's passed by these very fine sawdust particles that go where the air blows them. So it's a real hazard to people. They don't realize it now, but it's going to be something that'll come up years down the road. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration, as well as I spoke to the fireman that went in and did the inspection. And I agree with him that the shop looked really well when he went in to do the inspection. But his advice to Sarah was, this is the dirtiest I want to see this shop ever. I don't know that she is aware of the amount of cleaning and to keep this shop neat and sawdust free. And I also don't know if she uses these, but paint stains, any finishing.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to Brian and then Sarah. Brian,
Do you guys
please
hear me?
start with your name and address.
Do you hear me though? Right? Maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Brian Whitted. I'm at 1805 South Vista. I'm waiting for a different one, but just a common statement coming from agriculture. All of the tools they showed in there are standard power tools available at Home Depot that are in construction sites, my house. It depends on the grade you buy. The only specialty item I could see was the planer. And to be honest, most of the sounds she had are from anywhere between 3 and 5 feet away with direct line of sight to the machines from growing up around them. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that was out there.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to Sarah. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Oh, Sarah, I think you're the applicant, right? we're gonna have to. You'll have a chance for rebuttal. Thanks. I'll just check first if there's anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight. I'm better with faces than names, so when I just see the name, it's hard to know. Yeah. Okay, so seeing nobody else that would like to testify on this item, we will move on to rebuttal from the applicant. So Sarah, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, there are just a few things I did want to address. Tammy said that I had letters that I had written and signed, and I did do that to get the permit. But the letters that actually were written in after her appeal were all from neighbors, every neighbor that is surrounding me, every neighbor that I share a fence with, in their own words. I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there. Also, the issue with the back door, I do keep that back door closed anytime I'm using a saw, because the saws are the saws are a planer, are the loud tools. The scroll saw is extremely quiet. I have a high-end scroll saw. You cannot hear that scroll saw in the house, in our house when I'm using it. So I know that they can't hear that one. I have dust collection. So the fire hazard really has, I think, been put to rest. The fire marshal came by unannounced He did not say that this is the dirtiest it should ever be. And as a matter of fact, he wrote 2 separate letters saying that it's the cleanest shop that he's ever seen. And that it was above and beyond standards for commercial, what they require for their commercial properties. The other thing is we do a lot of home projects. We're avid DIYers, so there's no way for them to tell the difference between the projects that we do at home and my art projects. So I don't know how they would ever, I don't know, but I'm putting limitations on myself to use my tools that I didn't necessarily have to do it, you know, just to do the DIY projects, but I'm trying to cooperate here and work with her. I'm done it, you know, I'm not starting before 9 a.m. and I'd be done at 6. There's no project that I have ever done or will ever do that will require me to run a saw for 4 to 5 hours. So that's just simply not true. There are some days, once in a while, that I have to use a table saw for maybe a couple hours on and off when I'm milling wood, but it's not 4 or 5 hours, and it's certainly not day in and day out. The other thing about the dust that they're saying that could come into their yard, they do have a 10-foot wall that they built in between our houses that should actually be eliminating a lot of the dust. So I feel, yeah, I think that's all I have to say, but just to end rebuttal. Thank you.
So at this point, we'll close the public portion of the hearing and the item is before the commission.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we deny CAA 20-148 for the reasons in the staff report.
Second.
Great, thanks. We have a motion from Commissioner Gillespie and a second from Commissioner Bratnober.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I agree with the facts and analysis that Ethan presented in the staff report.
Any further discussion?
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Oh, Commissioner Bratnober.
it appears that Ms. Ehlers has completed all the steps she needs to host this occupation in her house. As a woodworker myself, these seem to be normal sorts of noises, and as you put it behind soundproofing and things like that, generally not objectionable. And so I believe, again, as Commissioner Gillespie said, the information in the report is factual, and this should be denied.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'm in support of the motion as well. I'll second the comments from my fellow commissioners thus far. I've read through the code sections on home occupation. I find no fault with what staff has found in this situation. And I'm also hanging my hat quite a bit on the unannounced visit by the fire chief, finding no issues with the shop at the time of his visit. So I don't believe there's a safety concern either.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion to deny CAA 20-148. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Okay.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Bratnober.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back at about 20 after. Okay, thank you for your patience. We are back. And so we're going to start here again with item number 4. This is SOS 20-17, Sherry Wybe at 4369 West Plum Street. And we will start with staff. And again, Mr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the next item before you is a request to waive the requirement to construct curb, gutter, and sidewalk as part of a minor land division at 4368 West Plum Street in an R1C zone. No curb, gutter, or sidewalk exists along the length of Plum Street, including in front of the subject parcel. The nearest right-of-way improved with sidewalk is over 380 feet to the northwest along Silver Street. Duplexes exist to the north and south of the development, while 3 single-family homes on large lots exist across the street. State Street is located less than 500 feet to the southwest. The parcel is located within an area anticipated to experience significant change in infill per the comprehensive plan. The applicant requests to waive the frontage improvement requirements along a 145-foot section of Plum Street. She argues that the construction of sidewalks would negatively impact an irrigation ditch located in the right-of-way along the front of the parcel. In addition, she contends that an irrigation box located to the south of subject parcel would make further connectivity to the south difficult. Despite the planning team making contact with them, the irrigation company declined to comment on the application, suggesting that in fact, there would be no issues with the installation of sidewalk in this location. Further, ACHD supports the construction of sidewalk in this location. However, due to drainage concerns, ACHD recommends waiving the requirement to construct curb and gutter here. For the reasons outlined above, the planning team recommends approval of the waiver of the requirement to install curb and gutter and the denial of the waiver to install sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the applicant. Ms. Wait, please come on up. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Okay, so I am Sherry Wybe, and I currently live at 406 South Winslow Bay Way in Star, Idaho. The property that we're discussing is an infill project that we started about a year ago, and we are asking to waive the curb, gutter, and sidewalk. You can see in the PowerPoint that you guys all got, hopefully. Sorry about that. I've never done a PowerPoint. So this is a picture of the first residence here. The second picture is showing we marked off where the sidewalk would go if we met the guidelines, which basically puts it back, on the driveway. Which again, I am, not that this matters probably, but I am a 5th generation Idahoan, Boise. And my goal, I've been in real estate my whole life, and my goal is to uplift Boise, to create, how do I say this? To make it better, more beautiful, and take some of the older homes and either update them and or redo them. And so the thing that I wanted was, instead of doing some of the projects without parking, I wanted to do something, a single family that actually had parking so people could get, there wasn't the traffic and the cars parked out front. So anyway, so this you can see on that third slide where it's showing where the sidewalk would go. And then on the next slide, it shows where the back of the sidewalk would go. The front of the sidewalk, excuse me. The next slide, sorry, I'm skipping here, would be where the back of the sidewalk would go. And again, it would, the problem that I believe would happen is the buyers would then park their rig out in what was left of the driveway, which would then block the sidewalk. and that would stick out into the sidewalk. So the use of the sidewalk would be pretty much non-existent because of the way it's designed. Also, in the next slide, it shows where the ditch placement is. The ditch would be moved, would be required to be moved. And so then that would put that even back farther. And that's a very extensive project, and the way the ditch would have to be diverted is very expensive, and it's not very user-friendly as far as for consumers to walk on the sidewalk. Also, part of it would be, we just upgraded the power generators.
They went underground.
Okay, but I.
They had to put a new
transformer. So they just put in the new transformer and the new box here, and those would have to be moved along with the new utilities that they just put in for the sewer and the water. And then when we did do the setback on the house, we aligned it with the other houses in the neighborhood to keep everything aligned, the integrity of the neighborhood aligned, not too close to the road, not setting the house back so they had a bit of a yard, but also in the back and in the front, which again would change if with the sidewalk being placed in there. So again, we're asking for that. There is one sidewalk on Plum. It's about 20 years old. It's about 612 feet from our property. And it's, again, 88 feet long, about 4 feet in width. And basically they park over the sidewalk, so it's not used. It's just a little strip in front of a house. And again, you can see in the number 1, I talk about the cost and the diversion. If we had to put in a sidewalk, what would be required to move just the irrigation ditch. You also did do a waiver on a sidewalk around the corner on Ennis. The address is 3011 Ennis, and that was a couple of months ago, and she came in here for the same thing, and that was approved. It was waived. Again, I'm just saying that, with the sidewalk like that, somebody trying to walk up and use the sidewalk, there's not going to be any benefit to it, because you would have to walk down the sidewalk and then walk back out on the street. So trying to keep the neighborhood, the integrity of the neighborhood. Both of us agree that this is a requirement. We understand that with the PUDs, and but in the north end or the quasi north end, it's a different feel. And so I'm trying to keep that integrity of that neighborhood.
I'm Tim Spiker, and I also live at 406 Winslow Bay Way in Star with Sherry. This project is something that we went into with the hopes of taking an old rat-infested house that was so dilapidated that it hadn't been lived in quite some time, and we had it demolished, and we are trying to split the property so that we can at least make some profit on our investment to build 2 homes. This sidewalk project with the removal of the irrigation ditch, I talked to a couple contractors and they said that we're way low on our estimate. They said probably $18,000 to $20,000. And that cost has to go somewhere, and it's going to go right onto the property. So I've heard the council speak about affordable housing. This is going to do just the opposite of provide affordable housing. This is going to add $20,000 to the price of a home. So it just doesn't make sense. The neighbors don't support it. We've talked to every neighbor up and down Plum. Nobody wants to see this kind of development in the area. It's a very quiet street. I don't believe that ACHD I haven't been able to get an answer from them on when they would plan to come in and change that entire area with curb, gutter, sidewalk, and a widened road. So if we don't want to end up like the people down the street that had to put one in, and now it's 20 years old and cracking, failing. And if they do go forward with their new plans, it would be in the wrong spot. I don't want to see $20,000 spent to just sit there for the next 15 or 20 years for nothing.
Talking to the irrigation guy.
Oh, and I did speak with Mike from the canal company, and he told me that we would have to install 2 boxes at each end, that we can't simply put 90s on the pipe, that anytime an irrigation pipe is turned, it has to go into a box, make the corner, go into another box, make the other corner, and then the same at the other end. So the result would be a sidewalk with an irrigation box right at each end of it that is sticking out of the ground. If someone were to walk down the sidewalk, if they didn't hit the back of a car parked in the driveway, they would walk directly into an irrigation box. And it would remain that way until whenever ACHD decided that they were going to go in and improve that area.
Thank you. So we'll next move to see if do we have a representative from the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association? If we do, please virtually raise your hand. Seeing none, we will move on to questions from the commission or staff or the applicant.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I have a question for the city. So Ms. Wybe and Mr. Tim, I'm sorry, I can't recall your last name, have presented a different view of the irrigation box and the requirements than I think you presented. Is it the city's view that they need to rebuild these boxes in order to put in a sidewalk, or does the city think that a sidewalk can go in the space that's available there?
So we, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, we defer to the Boise City Canal Company for those types of discussions. We take, we want to be respectful of their irrigation network. And in my communication with Mike Harrison of the Boise City Canal Company, we spoke over the phone, and he declined to comment and indicated to me that there would be an engineering solution to find a way to install sidewalks if that was something that the city wanted to see.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie, and then we'll move to Commissioner Bratnober.
Ms. White, Mr. Tim, do you have a definitive statement from the canal company that you would have to do that engineering as you just outlined, adding 2 boxes? Did they tell you that?
That was just a conversation with Mike from the canal company.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can address that too, we actually, our engineer, Joe Canning, who couldn't be here tonight, he actually talked with him too and had the same conversation. I talked with Mike Harrison. He said the same thing. He wasn't in support of it, but he said, I don't want to go on public record. He said, I can't take a stance on it. So all 3 of us talked to him, tried to get something in writing from him. He told us he would send us something in writing, but never did. So that's all we could do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Bratnober.
I think Commissioner Gillespie caught it. I was interested in exactly what they were talking about in terms of an engineering solution, but it sounds to me, based on the testimony so far, that Boise City Canal Company is very reluctant to go on record with any description of that engineering solution.
Do we have any other questions from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
Ethan, can you just answer if, in fact, the irrigation ditch would need to have boxes put on and you knew that, would that change staff's recommendation in this particular matter? Would that in fact then be an extenuating circumstance that would change staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, I would probably have to take that one and chew on it a little bit, just because, that's a really difficult question to say how much is too much to engineer. So I would probably do more research before I answered that question definitively. Sorry, that's completely unhelpful.
No, I totally put you on the spot, so that's a fair answer.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So I know in the staff report for ACHD, they mentioned a detached sidewalk, assuming a 33-foot street section. Can we confirm, is that the location of the sidewalk would be in conflict with that irrigation ditch? And I guess that's a question for staff.
She's saying, can they confirm that that's in conflict with the irrigation, the sidewalk?
It's a question for staff.
Okay, Commissioner said, and Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, I did not go out and measure where the exact location of that sidewalk would lie. It does appear that the applicant has done some of that measurement, so I trust that that is a accurate measurement. And I
Does
perhaps
the
Joe
applicant
can
want to
could-
answer that?
Do you want to answer that?
Well, we have the standards of condition of approval.
Sorry,
And-
just make sure to talk into the mic so
Okay.
all of our
and
commissioners abroad
the-
can
The
hear.
standard conditions of approval, item 1, it says, all proposed irrigation facilities shall be located outside of ACHD right-of-way, including all easements. Any existing irrigation facilities shall be relocated outside of ACHD right-of-way. So that means that it has to go 2 feet behind the sidewalk to meet that requirement. And that is approximately 8 to 10 feet from where the ditch is now. So it would have to go into a box, through a pipe for that direction, and then back again.
Does staff have additional comments?
Commissioner
Right.
said, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie. That is a recommendation of Ada County Highway District, so that's not something that we necessarily put as a condition of approval into our staff report.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm a little bit confused. So is the sidewalk is in the ACHD's right of way?
So per the, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, per the measurements taken by the applicant, it does appear that the sidewalk would encroach into the private property.
So it's not on the ACHD right of way.
It currently is.
There is no sidewalk there now.
Oh, sidewalk. I'm sorry. I
It
thought
would
you were
encroach
referring to
in
the
our-
ditch.
it would Greatly encroach in our front driveway. That's what he's asking.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm very confused. If the sidewalk's not in the ACHD right of way, then there's no requirement that the ACHD move ditches or anything, because as he quoted, it's in their right of way that they want the ditches to be so-and-so. If the sidewalk is on the applicant's personal property, I'm not aware that ACHD has much to say. And I just wonder, if the city, if we might all benefit from waiting for the canal company to go out there and look at this thing, and for Ethan or someone to go out there with a tape measure and figure out where all this stuff is really sitting and how much of a hardship it is. So I just throw that question out to both the applicant and the city.
I think that would be a great idea. Since March, I've been trying to get people out there from the canal company, from the city, from the county to go over this with me and come up with a solution or tell us exactly what is required. And it's been a nightmare. It really has. And like we said earlier, the neighbor 1 street over, exact same situation, she was granted the waiver.
Would staff like to answer that question? I think the question is, would staff be interested in an opportunity to further investigate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, Yeah, so we would certainly take that opportunity. We hadn't received any questions to come out and measure previously, so, but yeah, we'd happily do that.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, let me just. I
Go
know
ahead,
we're in the
Commissioner
question
Gillespie.
phase, but we could shorten this hearing with a deferral and then kind of come back and do this again. So I'm wondering about the virtue of continuing because I'm probably going to move for a deferral pending the resolution of some of these spatial questions. So I'm wondering if you would like to entertain that motion now, or what the sense of the other commissioners.
Sure. Yeah. Before we do any public testimony or anything, we can move. If somebody would like to make a motion now,
Okay.
I would entertain that.
So,
Madam Chair.
Who said that?
Commissioner Blanchard.
Commissioner Blanchard. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, before we get into motions, I'd kind of like to hear what the applicant has to say about deferring this any longer.
We did ask the applicant. He said he would be interested in that if it meant that the city or the canal company was able to come up with a more definitive answer for them. Applicant, sorry, would you, so did you hear his question?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Tim has hearing issues, so that's why I'm trying, can't hear. Okay, so he has some hearing issues, so that's why he's missing some of it. Yes, I would like to, and I'd like to clarify something. Ethan was not involved. We did not reach out to Ethan. We have been working through our surveyor, and we have worked through Mike multiple times trying to get this rectified and fixed. I'd like, if we could do it speedily. I have a house that's ready to be done, and the process has taken longer with everything in COVID and all that. So we'd be open to that because it does go into our property quite a ways. It's not in ACHD's right away. It's on our land.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner
I
Gillespie.
move that we defer consideration of SOS 20-17 to September 14th, pending resolution of the spatial issues we're discussing.
Second.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Moore. She got to it first. To defer this item number 4 to September 14th.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bratnober?
Is there some way, I don't know if we can demand, but certainly strongly encourage the irrigation company to get out there and take a look and actually go on record with this thing, because this singular issue seems to be one of the major things that we need as a commission to understand to see if sufficient hardship exists to grant the sidewalk waiver.
Yes, I'm sure staff will do their best to get in touch with them. Is there any further discussion by the commission before we call for a vote on this?
I would
Madam Chair.
comment.
Nope.
Oh,
Okay, will the,
Madam Chair,
sorry, Commissioner Stevens.
Commissioner Schaefer was first.
Okay, sorry, so it's coming at me from all directions. Commissioner Schaefer, please, and then Commissioner Stevens.
I understand. I've been there. Thanks. I just want, I'm in favor of the deferral so we can get clarity on this issue. I just want to request that we have a very clear, simple, dimensioned site plan as the end result of this planning effort between ACHD and the applicant and staff.
Great. Commissioner Stevens?
I just want to make sure that there's nobody from the public who's there to testify who can't come.
Thank you. Do we have anybody here that would like to testify in this item that is not able to return to the September 14th proposed date? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Den,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Brett
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Hopefully, yeah, we'll readdress this with some more information. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 5. This is PUD 20-27, Tradewinds General Contracting, 1821 South Vista Avenue. It's a conditional use permit for a planned residential development.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
I will be recusing myself on item number 5. In my professional career, I serve as the administrator for a board of directors in which the applicant sits upon. And so due to this relationship, I will be, I believe it's in the best interest to recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to hear from staff and Mr. Mansfield.
It's me again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Before you this evening is a proposal for a planned unit development consisting of 7 attached townhomes and a 9-unit multifamily building at 1821 South Vista Avenue in an R3D zone. A preliminary plat with 8 buildable lots and 1 common lot is included. The site is located between the Vista and Targhee Neighborhood Activity Center and the Vista and Overland Community Activity Center. The project lies on a frequent and well-used bus route and is within walking or biking distance of grocery store, medical, veterinary, and law offices, a home brewing supply store, a barbershop, and many other amenities. The surrounding area epitomizes mixed-use development. The project will include 7 townhome lots on the north end of the development and a 9-unit multifamily structure on the corner of Vista and Spalding on the southern end. Both the apartment buildings and townhomes will be 3 stories tall, with the exception of a single 2-story townhome on the northernmost lot. The design of the project will be formally reviewed through a design review application. The applicant proposes to construct a 7-foot wide sidewalk along the right-of-way adjacent to the site. Given the site's proximity to countless services and amenities, the propensity for the redevelopment of nearby properties, and Blueprint Boise's goal of creating a safe and comfortable pedestrian environment, the planning team recommends the installation of a 5-foot detached sidewalk along Vista Avenue. The planning team received standard agency comments and no comments from the public. For the reasons outlined above, the planning team recommends approval of PUD 2027 and SUB 2032 with the conditions listed in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. I will next hear from the applicant, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Penelope Konstantakis, Riley Planning Services, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. And I'm going to just give you some real brief comments, but I don't get to have these kinds of fun projects too often. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a shopping list of what I think is awesome about it. The applicant and the team, the project team, have reviewed the staff report and they concur with the conditions of approval, with the exception of item number 2. So there was a lot of thought that went into the design of the site. The townhouses present to Vista Avenue. We have a side elevation on Vista Avenue, and the apartment building fronts on Spalding. And that pairs that apartment building with the apartments that are on the south side of Spalding. So we tried to pair the uses together. The applicant is exploring the possibility of acquiring additional land to the north of the site, and there may be a phase 2 that goes along with this. That would be very nice. We did note that there was a requirement for wood or metal fencing, and the applicant is happy to go along with that. The nice plaza area that's included in the site development plan will be primarily for the multifamily users, but I don't believe that the townhouse owners would be excluded from using it. It's a really nice amenity that binds the 2 uses together. The architecture of the site and the proposed structures energizes the area. It's unique, but it still complements what's in existence there now. And to be bold, I would like to say that this is a perfect Boise urban infill project. The architecture freshens the streetscape. Density supports transit and bike commuting. There's a mix of housing types. It has easy and close access to many services. It's reasonably overparked, It reflects the current area mixture of owner occupied and tenant residential. The project doesn't overconsume the site. It's a nice balance of use and open area. The waivers requested are reasonable in scope, we believe. And just as an aside, there were two neighbors that talked to me at the neighborhood meeting and then emailed me. Both of them were very excited about the project and look forward to the updating of this area of Vista Avenue. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, we'll do a check to see if we have anybody with us from the Vista Neighborhood Association.
Oh, Madam Chairman, the applicant, the developer also wanted to offer some comments. I
Oh, I'm
apologize.
so sorry. Please continue.
Great. Steve Martinez, 9165 West State Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. Really, the comments that I'd like to speak to is just the detached versus attached sidewalk. On going all the way down Vista, there's actually only 3 parts of Vista that have detached, and they're all commercial area. One is the Vista Village area. The other is the Albertsons on Vista and Overland. And then there's a third area about 4 or 5 blocks to the south of our project, again, commercial. And when you look at the detached sidewalk leading up to, or what they abut, it's all parking. My concern with the detached sidewalk on this is this would be our front yards of our townhouses. And so currently we have, I believe it's 13 feet of front yard in these townhouses, and the detached sidewalk brings it to about 5 feet, 5 or 6 feet of the townhouses themselves. So I have a real concern over just the front yard space. If the concern is, trying to get trees to line that boulevard, obviously that can be a condition in our front yards, which is a great green space in these units. But I just feel that the detached sidewalk does not in line with the neighborhood surrounding it. Everything going up and down Vista that is residential is all attached sidewalk. So, and then one last portion on that detached sidewalk, we do have a bus stop that we will be building that doing the detached sidewalk makes it kind of an awkward bus stop. With the attached sidewalk, we've got 7 feet of sidewalk with a bus stop behind that. And so the detached portion makes that an awkward transition from that perspective. So I will stand for any questions on that portion of it. Penelope's a smart one, so she can get all the other questions.
Thank you. Okay, so next, if we have anybody from the Vista Neighborhood Association, please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to questions from the commission for staff or the applicant.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Glassby.
I'm batting leadoff. Once again, my math is confusing me. So the city wants a 5-foot sidewalk with presumably what, a 2-foot? How big is the detachment in a detached sidewalk?
So, Madam
What's your
Chair.
question?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, the minimum width could be 6 feet. We would prefer 8 feet, but we left that open because we want to be able to accommodate the applicant's concerns for being too close to the front of the townhomes. So it would be between 6 and 8 feet.
So if let me just form this as, so is it accurate to say that 6 plus 5 is 11? The applicant is proposing 7. So we're really arguing about 4 feet. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, based on my math, that is
Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I got.
Any further questions?
I'll see these guys.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Stevens.
I got to get back in that room so I can get hold of myself. I guess I'll ask the logical follow-up, which is the math that the applicant just put on the record sounded like a lot more than 4 feet as an impact to those yards. So can the applicant address that, please?
Just one moment, please.
Nathan, while Penelope's doing that, one quick little question. So is it your idea that trees get dropped into that detached portion?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that's correct. With
Okay. All right, thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. So essentially what we have is 20 feet between the back of curb and the front door. So if we subtract 8, we're left with 12 feet. And if we take 5 feet away for the sidewalk, if we had a detached sidewalk, that would leave 7 feet of area in the front yard. Ethan, does that jive with what you're thinking?
Madam Chairman, what was the 8? You said,
That would be the park strip.
So,
Ethan-
Madam Chair, if I understand correctly, Ethan said it was between 6 and 8, the city could be flexible. So that makes 11 feet, which still gives a 10-foot space between the back of the sidewalk and the door.
Madam Chair.
Chair, I think it's 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be 9 in my mouth too, but close. Commissioner.
Madam Chair. I think I can help maybe clear the air here a little bit. ACH requires for a detached sidewalk, if it's a 6-foot planter strip, they require a root barrier be applied to the curb to protect infrastructure that they maintain. My recommendation would be an 8-foot planter strip with a 5-foot detached sidewalk. That is the other typical condition that AHD likes to see that doesn't require additional infrastructure such as root barrier for the curb. I'm not an employee of ACHD.
Do we have any further questions from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brattenauer.
So just so I get this straight, we have an existing sidewalk that is attached that goes all the way along that street. And I think this is a question for staff. That goes all the way along that street. By installing a detached sidewalk, now we're going to have a jog, a sort of a somewhat meandering sidewalk. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brattenauer, that is correct. Currently, you would have a jog in the sidewalk.
Okay, and I understand those are discouraged as well as attached sidewalks. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure we are using the proper terms. A meandering sidewalk is not what we're talking about here. A meandering sidewalk is a sidewalk that starts at the beginning of one block and ends at the beginning of the same block and goes like this in between. And for the record, I'm moving my hand like a snake. This is not a meandering sidewalk, it's a jog. So yeah, I just want to make sure that we've got the terminology correct on the right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any additional comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Question for staff. Ethan, is the sidewalk on Vista, so the remainder of the sidewalk beyond our site, is it a 7-foot sidewalk?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, the current sidewalk that exists is 5 feet.
Okay, and that's generally the condition along Vista, correct? It's a 5-foot sidewalk for most of Vista Avenue.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, that to my knowledge, that's correct. I haven't walked at all, but it appears that way.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
So on this site plan on our packet page 254, it looks like the bus stop would be contained within that landscape buffer. Is that correct, or would it be on the inside of that on the townhouse side of the landscape buffer? It's a question for staff.
Commissioner said, Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, I'm envisioning some flexibility working with VRT on that. It's my understanding that the bus stop would go between the street and the detached sidewalk.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So this landscape buffer would also provide some space for that bus stop to go and off of the property, a little bit of a buffer, but with the sidewalk being a little bit of a buffer for the townhouses as well, if that's my understanding. It's Ethan.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, the bus stop would abut the curb and then the sidewalk would go behind the bus stop. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bratnover.
a question for the applicant, kind of following up Commissioner Moore's question. You mentioned that it would be awkward to have a detached sidewalk and the bus stop. I'm not getting that. Can you help me out here and explain the awkwardness, please?
Did you hear his question?
No, I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Bratnover.
I'm sorry. I'll try to speak up. So you had mentioned pardon me. You had mentioned the awkwardness of having the detached sidewalk and the bus stop. And I'm not understanding what that awkwardness is. Following up Commissioner Moore's questions where she described the placement of that.
Yeah, so how I'm envisioning, and the site plan that you have shows currently the attached sidewalk. And so what you've got is the bus stop behind the attached sidewalk, which gives pedestrians a chance to go, bikes and people back and forth with the bus stop being further off the curb. This is a very busy street. And so I feel like having the right on the back of the curb creates a sense of awkwardness, a safety factor. Whereas with it being on the back of this sidewalk, in my opinion, gives it a safer point of perspective from the bus stop. It's also in a place where it's meant to pick up the multifamily. So we've got it on the multifamily section where we're trying to utilize, from a density perspective, picking up on the multifamily. If I can expand on that a little bit. So I just did a project off of Robert Street and Overland where we had essentially 10-foot front yards on skinny homes. And essentially it made that front yard almost unusable. It was too tight of a space with the sidewalk. And this was with attached sidewalk. It just happened to be site conditions. But it made it too close for the tenants to be able to use that space. I also just finished a project off of Bogart Street and Sloan. We had a swale, and this was an ACHD swale, so we had to pull our sidewalk off detached for that reason, and ended up with an 8-foot front yard, and it completely became unusable. And so I'm really trying to preserve all of our open space is fronting on Vista, and I'm trying to preserve that open space. You kill that, if you push this sidewalk back, you're killing that front yard. There is not additional open space for tenants to be able to use that. So I'm merely advocating on behalf of the homeowners and tenants that will be living here to have more green space in their front yard.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
A question for staff. Ethan, looking over the site plan right now, I see the applicant has 6 18-foot deep parking stalls in the back of the development. Is there an opportunity here? And I'm thinking my thought process here is that if we were to require the detached sidewalk with planter strip to pick up a little bit of space, if they push the townhomes, back a bit, could they shorten up those parking stalls to a 17-foot depth? Is there an opportunity there to pick up a little bit more room in order to push the buildings back a bit further from the street?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, the code does allow for 40% of spaces to be compact spaces, which are 7.5 by 15 feet. So we counted those as compact spaces because they weren't full 20-foot spaces. So the applicant would be allowed to create 15-foot deep spaces there, pending, of course, fire department approval. So that may impact the ability to do that, and that would be a fire department discussion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
follow-up question for the applicant. Is the applicant amenable to something along those lines? Looking at, reducing the depth of some of those stalls in the back and picking up a little bit of room on that side of the development?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, one of the things I think we need to be mindful of is the fire department access. And I'm not sure that if we shift the townhouses west, that we can preserve the radiuses and width that we need in order to provide fire service. And since those are 3-story structures, they have to be able to get a ladder truck in there. So that's the only concern I have with shifting the townhouses a little bit west to increase the front yard. Probably will cause problems with fire access as a result.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Just one last question for me for the applicant. So you indicated in your testimony that you'd be willing to require, or you'd be acceptable of a requirement to add trees to those front yards in lieu of a setback. Or is that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any further discussion on this?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So it sounds like there's mostly attached sidewalks of Vista. Are there any locations kind of in the vicinity that are detached, or is primarily dominated by attached sidewalks?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, you are correct. Most of Vista is attached. As it redevelops, we hope to see fewer attached and more detached sidewalks, just to create that safer pedestrian space, as indicated, as that's something that the comprehensive plan desires. The closest attached sidewalks that I could find were several blocks north along the Albertsons, and as the applicant notes, that is a commercial space fronted by parking.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I have one more comment.
Okay. Is it in relation to that question?
No, it has to do with, it has to do with the sidewalk. The width of the sidewalk.
Okay.
So with a 7-foot wide sidewalk, I don't believe there are bike lanes on Vista Avenue. So with a 7-foot sidewalk, you can actually accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists simultaneously. And if you're on a 5-foot wide sidewalk and there's a bicyclist, I personally get off my bike and wait for them to pass, but most folks don't. So there's a geometry to having a 7-foot wide attached sidewalk that would accommodate those two user types simultaneously more comfortably.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anybody from the public that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, would the applicant like to rebut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have anything to add, I don't believe. Happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Thank you. Okay, so then we will at this time close the public portion of the hearing, and the item is before the commission.
Madam Chairman, I'll get us started. Just for
Commissioner
discussion, I really like the project in a lot of ways. I'll just try and fly the straight way and move that we approve PUD 20-27 and recommend approval of SUB 20-32 to the City Council for the reasons stated in the staff report and with all of the site-specific conditions as stated in the staff report, which includes item 2, which is a detached 5-foot sidewalk. Again, I'm open to differing views, but I just want to get the ball rolling.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Schaefer.
Sorry.
Discussion. Commissioner Gillespie.
I'm pretty ambivalent. I could go either way. I actually think from the point of view of the enjoyment of the front yards, that 6 or 8 foot detached section with trees in it is kind of like front yard. There's a sidewalk there. I'm not sure it makes a lot of difference. I think it's more important, frankly, that there are trees along that line, either in the front yards or in the detached section. So I can go whichever way the commission's pleasure is on the sidewalk. I think it's great development. I thank you guys for bringing it forward.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I too am strongly in favor of the project. I agree with the applicant. It's a great project for this location. It's ideal to have a mix of ownership and apartments there. It's an underutilized parcel currently. It's a perfect location near commercial and services. I also too am a little bit ambivalent about the sidewalk. I do think I agree with the applicant that fire access off the alley, of course, is important, but I do believe that there is space in the back of the development where they have an opportunity, I think, pick up a little bit more room and push those buildings a little bit further back to the west to allow for the detached sidewalk and still have some front yard space. I'm always, my OCD, I always have a little struggle with the sidewalk being detached in some areas and attached in others, and a different width here and a different width there. So I think in this case, though, and I foresee probably more redevelopment happening on Vista, where detached sidewalks are probably going to be the norm. So I would like to I'm leaning that direction right now, which is why I supported the motion from Commissioner Gillespie. But I'm also open to more discussion from fellow commissioners.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
Yeah, I'm not ambivalent about the sidewalks at all. In fact, I'm very much in favor of a detached sidewalk. Sorry, Bob, I see you laughing. I think the Vista entrance to our city is a critical entrance. It's basically how most people who arrive in our city get to the downtown. And it's got names, and I forget what all the designations are of that entrance, but I think it's really critical. And we know how much work has gone into the neighborhood in recent years with regard to the revitalization efforts, which of course is the reason that this fabulous project is before us now. So I think because of that, it's time we double down and we make sure that the projects that we put in are right. And aesthetically, as we come down Vista to our city and as we exit our city, it's really critical that the aesthetic is there. And we have some very serious mistakes from the 60s and 70s to make up for on Vista Avenue. And so I was really grateful for Bob asking about the parking spots in the back, because I saw that too, but didn't quite know how to ask the question. And I think I feel that looking at those dimensions, there's, I think, enough room with those currently being 18 feet to, if they can go down to 15 feet, or at least some of them, I think there's going to be enough room to accommodate. So again, not ambivalent at all. I feel really strongly that this area needs to be improved because of its prominence to the entrance to our city. And I just applaud Penelope and her client for a great project. And I hope that you understand the city's reasoning behind this. I'll be supporting the motion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore and then Commissioner Brownover.
And I totally want to echo everything that's been said. And also in the staff report, reiterate, I think in one of the items noted that it was one of the most heavily used transit routes in the valley. With that being the case and adding more housing, the assumption would be that it would become more heavily used, and that kind of makes me lean towards having a safer route to this transit route and encouraging that detached sidewalk and that buffer between the vehicles as well.
Commissioner Brownover.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm kind of leaning the other way because while I appreciate and agree with the comments made by Commissioner Stevens, I'm also looking at the other side of that coin, which is the owners of those places and what happens with their front yard. Right now, we got a perfectly good sidewalk there. The jog, well, you know, we have jogs and so on and so forth. That's certainly not a deal killer, but I'm just concerned about that front yard. So that's where I have a hard spot on this thing. I understand the need for detached sidewalks. I look around there, I see some areas that probably will be redeveloped, but then I also see a bunch that probably are not as well. So that's where my thinking comes from. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve PUD 20-27 and SUB 20-32.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
with the seconder's permission, can I also add CVA 20-29? So all, wait, sorry, never mind, wrong channel.
You may not. Okay, so again, this is to approve with the terms and conditions as outlined currently in the staff report, PUD 20-27, the SUB 20-32. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnober.
Okay.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so moving on to item 10, this is PUD 20-28 and CVA 20-29, NHS Community Services LLC at 7563 West Fairview Avenue, a conditional use permit for a planned residential development. And SUB 20-31 Coal Bluffs Cottages, 7563 West Fairview Avenue, preliminary plat for a residential subdivision. We will move to staff.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'll be recusing myself from this item as my office is handling the site and landscape plans for this application.
Thank you. Thank you for that note. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The applicant is requesting a PUD for 39 single-family homes, a variance to encroach into the north and east property boundary setbacks in a preliminary plat subdivision for 5 common and 55 buildable lots on 2.5 acre parcel zoned C2D DA. As you can see from the aerial photograph here, the subject property is located near the intersection of Fairview Avenue and Cole Road and is surrounded by commercial zones and uses along both arterial roadways. Adjacent to the south is a single-family residential neighborhood with apartments adjacent to the west, right there. The subject property and the adjacent commercial properties to the north were rezoned to C2D DA in 2019 last year. The DA included a conceptual plan that shows commercial uses along Fairview Avenue and included the following restrictions for the subject property. The DA restricted more intensive commercial uses adjacent to the residential neighborhood, and there is a list within the DA that identifies these uses. However, residential is not on that list and actually specifically was encouraged by the City Council for the subject property. The DA also restricted the building heights to 35 feet adjacent to the residential neighborhood, and no buildings within the development will exceed 35 feet in height. The DA also required a landscape buffer and a 6-foot solid fence along the south and west property lines. The site design provides a 20-foot landscape buffer along the south adjacent to the parking lot, and a 27 or 27 and a half landscape or separation between the buildings and the trash enclosures between that and the south property line. In addition, the applicant is proposing to construct a new
6-foot solid fence along the south and west property lines as well. From this site plan, you can see that the subject property takes access from Fairview and Cole Road through service drives. In addition, these service drives extend through the adjacent commercial properties. And it should be noted that the site has no direct access to the adjacent residential neighborhood to the south and west. Also, from the site plan, the site contains, as you can tell, 7 detached buildings over here and 32 attached single-family homes. And there is an irrigation easement approximately 27.5 feet in width that extends along the entire south and west property boundary. This site plan shows a little more detail. With the PUD, the applicant is requesting waivers to reduce the lot size, lot width, street frontages. In addition, the applicant is requesting reduced interior setbacks where the buildings are adjacent to common lots, and 0-foot setbacks for the attached townhomes themselves. As previously noted, the site access is provided via a 20-foot service drive, which does extend through the adjacent commercial uses and then connects the development to Cole and Fairview Avenue. The project design includes 1- and 2-story buildings, both attached and detached, which range in size from approximately 800 to 1,900 square feet. Each building is oriented towards an open green space with walking paths. And as I already said, none of the structures will exceed 35 feet in height. It complies with all the required parking as per code, and each house will provide at least 1 enclosed parking spot within a garage. And to enhance the pedestrian connectivity with the adjacent commercial uses, sidewalks and pathway connections were provided throughout the development, which are identified in red on the plan. In addition, it does provide sidewalk connections to the north to the future commercial uses here and here. It also provides a pathway connection to the irrigation lateral at 3 places, here, here, and then here. These are just general elevations of the buildings, just to give you an idea kind of what they're looking like, look like. And even the 5-plex elevations down here, the max height, although you can't quite see it, the max height to the peak of the roof is 34 feet. The applicant is requesting a variance for service drives and the trash enclosures to encroach into the setbacks along the northern and eastern property boundaries, identified here, here, and then these locations that are clouded out on the site plan. The C2 zone requires a minimum 5-foot parking setback when adjacent to commercial uses, and the applicant is requesting a 2 to 3 foot setback along the northerns and adjacent, and for the trash enclosure here, and then basically a 0-foot setback where the service drive abuts these property lines here next to these commercial uses. There is an exceptional circumstance that justifies the variance in that the adjacent properties to the north and east are zoned commercial, and the subject property is accessed only from service drives, which actually come through these commercial uses. Therefore, the commercial properties and the residential project will function and appear as a cohesive mixed-use development, which is encouraged along Fairview Avenue. The neighbors' concerns and comments from concerns from the neighbors and letters of opposition were received, and the neighbors' concerns can be summarized into 3 general points: site design, traffic, and density. As for the site design, the neighbors are concerned with locating the parking spaces in the trash enclosure along the south property line due to their associated impacts. So it's basically noise, lights, I would assume odor. I think one of the letters mentioned that. They're also concerned with the size of the landscape buffer. The trash enclosure, I would note, here and here are set back 27.5 feet from the adjacent or from the south property line. The parking spaces are set back 20 feet. This this area will be a landscape buffer, and there is a 6-foot fence, solid fence along, as mentioned previously, along the south and west property boundaries. The landscape buffer is occurring within the irrigation easement, which does restrict some of the landscape materials that can be provided. Trees are definitely out of the question within that irrigation ditch or easement, and the applicant is tiling that whole the irrigation easement as part of this application. But smaller landscapes such as ornamental grasses, smaller shrubs could be allowed in there. Traffic, as for traffic, the site has no vehicle connection to the neighborhood, and there is capacity on the adjacent roadways to support the project. Actually, ACHD just rebuilt and redesigned that Fairview Cole intersection to handle a lot more capacity for vehicles. And as for density, the project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The site is located on a major mobility corridor with public transit. High-density residential is encouraged along these type of corridors with transit routes, in particular along Fairview Avenue. Also, I would note that the multifamily adjacent to the west actually has a higher density than the proposed project. The existing multifamily to the west has a density of approximately 20 units an acre, and the project's density proposed is about 15.2. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the PUD, the variance, and the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. We'll next hear from the applicant. And we'll start with 10 minutes. I know that there's a few of you on the presentation, so please, when you start to speak, please start with your name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, this is Tamara Thompson with the Land Group. Are you seeing, I'm trying to share my screen. Are you seeing?
Yes, we do see it and we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. There's 3 of us presenting tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to Bud Comfort first.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm Bud Comfort. I'm the CEO of NeighborWorks Boise, and want to talk a little bit about what brought us to this site and a little bit about who NeighborWorks Boise is. That I think.
Can you please also add your address?
Thank you. 3380 West Americana Street in Boise, Idaho 83706. Thank you. A little bit about NeighborWorks Boise and how this property really fits within our mission. NeighborWorks' goal is to lead in creating innovative housing solutions through strategic partnerships that contribute to building a strong community. Our team is really mission driven as it relates to healthy homeownership for Idahoans, and we do this with an array of housing services. Some of these products are including home buyer education, financial coaching, lending, as it complements our home building. As a nonprofit organization, we are here to serve our community through these services and through our building and engagement processes, which many of you may know, Rake Up and Paint the Town. I do want to highlight these programs. We started 36 years ago in 1982 in the Vista neighborhood as the association, and pulled off of that as to do more development. We're thankful for the opportunities to serve our community for 36 years. Through Paint the Town, these are programs that help seniors and disabled vets through our community. I've had the good fortune of helping over 3,000 families paint their house. We actually keep track of these things because it really puts into context the impact that we have in our community. The other one, not too long after that, started in 1984, was 34 years old, was Rake Up Boise. I'm happy to announce that we are in multiple cities now that help seniors again and disabled vets through our community. Last year, we raked 954 yards, and with a volunteer base of 6,700 plus volunteers. Our purpose, and thankfully, we've been able to continue those programs since their inception. Also want to highlight some of the ways we build healthy homes and thriving communities is through our multifamily units. We own 83 multifamily units where we provide affordable units, income for low-income families, that we provide safe and supportive housing that is in both the Ada County and Canyon County market. Coupled with that, we provide resident services as it relates to a way to encourage the residents within our community. These are done through after-school programs, building English courses, and crime prevention, a list of a few things there to review. Another way we couple this with our construction and our new development is through our lending services. As a nonprofit lender, we have licensed lenders on staff that help with down payment assistance. So this is an ability and a way for us to provide state and federal programs that coupled with an array of mortgage assistance programs. These are important because of the Finally Home Education Center that we have through our Home Ownership Center. We are Ada County's Finally Home designated class, and anyone within our area utilizing those services for state and federal funds need to take a Finally Home course. It has been known that those that have taken these courses, that we are 1/3 less likely to foreclose on their home. And the value of that, obviously, coming out of our foreclosure crisis, is truly important to build sustainability within our communities. These are requirements as we start to list our properties and really look for those opportunities to connect and to educate folks as if it could be their first time home buyer experience. Talk a little bit about foreclosures. I won't go into this too much, but we have a rehab program where we purchase and rehab homes. A couple pictures there of homes that we purchased and rehab, and over the course of since 2013, we've done 37 homes within Boise and Ada County market. So it brings us to our really what we're talking about with Cole and Fairview. This is a synopsis of some of the pocket neighborhoods that we have worked through. For us, I thought it'd be helpful to just talk about what we feel a pocket neighborhood is. This grew from the desire for many to move closer to where they live, work, and play, to keep things appropriate size so that neighbors get to know their neighbors and the cars don't dominate the streetscape as these programs or this pocket neighborhoods require that to be on the outskirts. And you really can get to know your neighbor as you walk from one end to the other through the common areas. We've done 7 developments in Ada County, and there's a list of those both in Garden City and Boise. A good example of what those look like I thought would be helpful. These are single family locations that allow buyers to obtain that American dream of owning a home. There are more compact settings with existing neighborhoods. So we're talking infill development with a variety of housing types. And pocket neighborhoods provide a wide diversity of price points that families to choose from. Studies have shown that more compact living helps declutter your life and reduces the daily commute, saving you time and aggravation. And we can say that with a smirk. And the environment certainly that we're in, Boise is growing, and the value of living close to where you live, work, play, and worship are so critical. Part of that survey I wanted to share is that they put a dollar amount to that as it relates to $290 per year of savings for every mile you have to commute. So if you take that 290 times however many miles you live away from where you work, that obviously shows that the value of living close to where the services are. Another part of our building healthy homes and thriving communities is through the way our nonprofit approaches our building products. So NeighborWorks is the only nonprofit Energy Star certified builder in Idaho. We build to Energy Star standards, indoor air quality plus, and also incorporate our WaterSense fixtures as a standard as well. Our efficiencies of the use of space and close to the employers and those opportunities, we believe really support a healthier lifestyle as we move through our pocket neighborhoods. NeighborWorks Boise's pocket neighbors are designed with the neighborhood in mind. As you're not just choosing a home, you're choosing a simpler lifestyle. A home becomes a springboard into what you want to do and what you want to enjoy. One of our taglines with our previous project was "Park your kayak, not your car." Really trying to promote that outdoor living, biking, hiking, river rafting, and picnicking that we enjoy so much in Idaho. I want to pause for just a moment on this slide as This is a picture of our Hawthorne Street cottages, which last week actually won Mayor's Choice Award winner for development. And certainly want to thank her and the city for that acknowledgement. And we're very humbled by that as we continue to do our developments. And it's very appropriate that more than half of our homes that are in 36th Oak will actually be the repeat square footage that we have there on 36 for our Hawthorne cottages. So this is a quick overlay of the map that was previously staff showed. And I want to just point out the proximity of all of the services that are close by as it relates to the walkability of, I mean, we always look for coffee shops, and that's right across the street. Also, you're looking for gyms, and CVS is there, a couple different Albertsons across the street, but Winco's up a little bit further. So we really feel that this project provides that opportunity to, and really the lifestyle to be promoting, that transit-oriented housing. And we think that this would be a great opportunity for this corner, and I look forward to the discussion yet to come. And I'll hand it over to Tamara and her team. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tamara Thompson. I'm with the Land Group at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. We are excited tonight to present to you the preliminary plat, the planned unit development and variance applications associated with the Coal Bluff Cottage subdivision. The property is generally located at the southwest corner of West Fairview and North Cole Road. And the slide that's up now, I just want to point out that ACHD did do improvements on this intersection, and the accesses are currently constructed and in place, and those are shared accesses for the property.
So that's been your 10-minute time. It seems you have more to say.
Could we have 5 more minutes?
Yeah, I can give you 5 more minutes.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. We'll go through fast, and I won't belabor anything that that staff talked about. So we'll move on to the next slide. So David went through these, the zoning is consistent with the surrounding areas, the comp plan, we're consistent with the comp plan. And then this slide I kept purposely far out. The accesses are constructed, and they are, but we have this little finger that goes up to West Fairview Avenue, and we're not taking access from that finger. We do have a cross-access agreement, and we have shared access on the internal drives. And there is access to both Fairview, and on the other side, there's access to Cole as well as interior. Other co-tenants on the site, we have a Primary Health to the east. Maverick owns the hard corner, and then a car wash is in the center property, and this far one on the northwest, that one has not been determined yet, so that one is still vacant. Some of the site constraints I want to go through is the Russ Lateral does run on both the south and the west property lines. The Primary Health to the east of us tiled that lateral, and we are proposing to continue the tiling of that. And so that's one site constraint. And we're currently working on that license agreement. And we do have, they are allowing us to encroach a bit into that easement. It's a 40-foot easement, of which David mentioned 27.5 feet, roughly between 26 to 27.5, depending on where on the property. that they are allowing us to encroach with the parking a small amount, 7 feet into there. So in total, we have 60 total lots, 39 single-family lots, of which there's 7 detached units. You can see over here on the southwest corner, and 32 attached townhomes for the balance. All units are assigned an interior garage space. So those are either, you can see on these, the little highlight or a little bit different shading. Those have garages with them, and the units that don't have access to the road, those have detached garages, but everyone has an interior garage, and then there's additional parking spaces. Each home is oriented towards an open green space, and the amenities provided are those open green spaces, multiple walking paths throughout, there's pergolas and raised garden beds. An HOA, a homeowners association, will be created to maintain those common areas. The project requests waivers for dimensional lot standards, lot size standards, reduced interior setbacks, reduced lot areas, and reduced lot widths, and no street frontage for the lots as access is provided along those shared service drives. But I want to point out that all of these waiver requests and our variance requests are all internal or to the commercial properties. None of those are to the residences to the south and the west. And here we've done a cross section just to show how far back the buildings are. And so this is for the south property line, where you have our the easement for the irrigation district and the parking areas. The buildings are 66.5 feet away from the existing property line. And on the property line is we're installing a new 6-foot solid fence. And so that will be included with the first construction. And this is not a phase project. It will all be constructed in one phase.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the end of the time. We do not have a neighborhood association yet in this area, so we'll move right on to questions from the commission for staff of the applicant.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
So I'll start with a question for staff. So David, I was wondering when I read through the packet and we got the letter of opposition, there were lots of references to the development agreement, things like staggered heights and things like that. I did not see the development agreement in our packet. Was there, did I miss it? Because I looked and I wasn't sure if it was there or not there. And if not, maybe you could address some of those things in that letter of opposition related to the development agreement.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm sorry I did not include the development agreement into the packet. It was already zoned. I tried to discuss it within the present or within my report on the different aspects of the development agreement that pertain to this. The development agreement basically had a conceptual plan that showed the 3 lots that were created, including lot 3, which is the back lot here that the project's on, and the 2 front lots would be basically reserved as used as commercial. The DA had a long list of prohibited uses for the back lot, mainly intensive commercial uses that the applicant is not proposing. At the time the development agreement was created, they didn't have an understanding or really didn't know what was going to go back here, and actually wanted to put some different types of uses back here. It also limited the height, particularly along the south and west property line, to 35 feet within 30 feet of the property line. And then once outside of that 30-foot zone, you could step up to 45 feet. The applicant is keeping all their structures at 35. it had a specific requirement that a landscape buffer and a solid fence be imposed along the south and west property lines. The applicant is proposing a landscape buffer with the irrigation easement, which is 20 feet for the in front of the parking lot and about 27.5 for or more, depending on where you look at it, for the buildings being proposed. Although as for the landscaping on that, more intensive landscaping such as trees are not allowed within irrigation easement since it's being tiled, and those trees can damage that type of infrastructure. And Napa Meridian won't allow that. It's my understanding that smaller landscaping or melt grasses, small shrubs, things of that nature would be acceptable, although ultimately that would have to be decided by ASH or the ASHD, but Napa Meridian. But my understanding, those type of things will not impact their structure, but it's something the applicant would have to work on. But they are providing that 20 to 27.5 foot or more landscape buffer along those property boundaries, along with the fence. And that is a requirement of the DA. There were some other standards in there about making sure lights and lamps and outdoor lighting were focused down towards and didn't extend or impact the adjacent properties. There is a standard condition of approval that talks about lighting, how it's all focused down. And plus, design review will have a chance to look at this and ensure those lighting issues can be specifically addressed. There's another condition about noise, and it's really rather general about just that they comply with the noise ordinance as per code. The DA didn't really go into much about staggered uses or staggered heights. That's really what the DA actually said. There were some other things in the development agreement about the applicant trying to present they had to come back with a specific plan showing that residential was possible to city council before all of the commercial units could be developed on front, which obviously they did, and we have a residential development here, which is exactly what council wanted to see. So
David, could I follow up on just two of those points? So one question is regarding the buffer zone. You said the DA, does it specify, you said it was 27 feet it specifies, and does that include the irrigation easement, or is that in addition to the irrigation easement?
the DA never specified anything. It just specified a landscape buffer and fence be provided. It didn't say the size. It didn't say, I think at the time it was just assumed that it would be the irrigation easement because they couldn't develop it anyways. But the DA does not specify the size of the landscape buffer. It doesn't specify what's actually planted in the landscape buffer. It just says a landscape buffer and a fence.
And then again, I just want to clarify for the record. So with regard to height, the only thing that the DA says is that it can't, that none of the buildings can exceed 35. It doesn't say anything about staggering in terms of the actual language of the DA. Is that right?
That is correct. 35 height, and that's only within a fairly short proximity of those property boundaries.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Yes, Commissioner Stevens.
Hi, Tamara. I know you're there somewhere. It's very strange. I can't see you, but you can see me. Oh, there you are. Hi.
My video on. I'm sorry.
Hi. So I was curious. You know, one of the letters of opposition recommended or asked why the trash enclosures, for instance, and the parking weren't on the commercial side of the property or on the north side of the property. And I was just sort of looking at your presentation while you were going, and I am sort of curious why you couldn't just take that 2/3, the part where the, it's not up on my screen right now, but the bigger part of, if you will, and literally just flip it 180 degrees. And so that those homes were facing the irrigation side and had those yards onto the irrigation side. So I was just curious if you and the applicant had discussed that at all. And, you know, I've lived near a trash enclosure and it's really not very fun. So I am sort of interested in your comments on that.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Commissioner Stevens, we have looked at that. We did talk to the neighbors about that. And part of the issue there is we are able to encroach 7 feet into the landscape buffer, I'm sorry, the easement, the Napa Meridian irrigation easement with parking. And when we do that 180-degree mirror, if you will, we can't put buildings in that area. And so it completely just crunches that area. And we had some constraints because we did talk to that one with the fire department as well. And they really wanted more access south to get around to some of those other buildings that are in the corners. So the fire department was a constraint. And then the trash collection, they want to be able to come straight in and then they pick it up and dump it behind them. And they don't want to do any turns in order to, or to have to back up. So we really have looked at everything. We've done at least 8 different site plans, and due to the various site constraints and trying to work with the fire department, we really need that access road to go further south.
Thank you.
More questions? Okay, so I do have 2 people on my sign-up sheet, but I don't think they're present, but I'll ask anyway. Justin Fowler or JD Kramus, please virtually raise your hand, or if you'd like to participate. Okay, and then one last call. If there's anybody else that did not sign up that would like to testify on this item tonight, please virtually raise your hand. Okay, so seeing none, we would then move on to a rebuttal from the applicant. Would you like that 5 minutes? There's not much to rebut, but just wanted to check.
Yeah, I'll, we got cut a little bit short. I'm not going to go back and talk about everything, but the development is designed and will be constructed and operated and maintained to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing character of the area. Special attention will be taken for lighting, having down shields, residential shields. This development does not involve uses or activities that will be hazardous or disturbing to the existing neighborhood uses. We've read the staff report. I think David did a great job, and we agree with staff's analysis and the recommended conditions of approval. And we respectfully request your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will at this time close the public portion of this hearing, and the item is before the commission. This is again for PUD 20-28 and CVA 20-29, and then recommendation for SUB 20-31.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I move that we approve PUD 20-28, CVA 20-29, and SUB 20-31 with all the terms and conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Great. Second from Commissioner Squires. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
just want to commend NeighborWorks on putting together a great project there. I think it represents everything that they spoke to there. It's where we need that kind of development. The infrastructure is ready for it. It's very much in line with what is already happening down there on Fairview as far as residential goes. And so, and thanks to staff for the great presentation they put together on it, and I'll obviously be in support.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to echo that and add, and I think I move to approve this, these items. It's really great what we can do with density and a lot like this. There's a lot of still meets the zoning in terms of number of units, but it's a really creative way to provide different types of units in a single development. And I want to commend the project for that.
Great. Okay, we
Madam
have
Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
I was just going to echo everything that other commissioners have stated. Commissioner Stevens always seems to get my questions answered before I need to even ask them. So thank you for that. I was concerned about the development agreement. I just wanted to make sure that I was in alignment with what the staff was outlining in their report. And I too was looking for the actual development agreement itself. I think this is a fabulous project. I am so excited to see this. And I just commend everybody involved and look forward to seeing it actually come to fruition. So thanks to everybody.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion to approve PUD 20-28 and CVA 20-29 and recommend approval for SUB 20-31. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Enthusiastic aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Ratnober.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we're going to just take a quiet 5-minute break and we'll be back at 9 o'clock. Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. We're on to item number 11, CAR 20-9, CK Property Group LLC at 1709 South Federal Way. This is a rezone, and PUD 20-30 and CVA 20-31. CK Property Group, same 1709 South Federal Way. It's a conditional use permit for planned residential development. And SUB 20-33 Tallapoosa subdivision at 1709 South Federal Way, a preliminary plat for a residential subdivision. We'll start with staff.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, before you is a request to rezone 0.9 acres from a medium-density residential zone to a multifamily residential zone with design review located at 1709, 1711 South Federal Way. A planned residential development comprised of 20 townhomes and a variance to the western property boundary setback is also included, along with a preliminary plat comprised of 1 common and 20 buildable lots. The site is located south of Overland Road. The surrounding neighborhood is a mix of single and multifamily residential, along with education and office uses. Commercial uses and the Overland bus route are less than a quarter mile to the north. The applicant requests to rezone the property from R2 to R3D. The planning team finds the proposed R3 zone will be appropriate as the property fronts onto Federal Way, which is designated as a mobility arterial, where higher intensity development is expected. The proposed density of 22 units per acre is also in line with other developments within 300 feet of the site, and C2 zoning, which could allow for 43.5 units per acre, is only 85 feet to the north. The site plan complies with the parking, height, and density requirements of the R3 zone. And as requested by the planning team, the applicant has modified the design to narrow the east-west service drive to 24 feet. This extra width that was gained will allow for a larger landscape common area in the southwest corner of the site. Here are the building elevations and perspectives that face Federal Way. As a rezone will place a property within a design review overlay district, the site and building design will be reviewed with greater detail through a separate design review application. The planning team does not support the applicant's proposed variance to the rear perimeter setback. The applicant proposes to place the proposed townhomes 15 feet from the western or rear property boundary without stepping back the structures to 20 feet at the 3rd story as required by code. The townhome structures will abut 1 to 1.5 story detached single-family homes at this location, and the height of 3-story townhomes with a covered rooftop patio so close to the shared property line could negatively impact these neighbors. The planning team could not find any hardships or exceptional circumstances to justify the variance, as the proposal is for all new construction on a parcel which will be void of any potential obstructions. Commenting agencies have generally provided standard conditions. Carry-out service will be required for some of the units for their solid waste collection. No comments from the public have been received. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the plan unit development, rezone, and subdivision, and denial of the variance application. As a reminder, the commission will make a final decision on the plan unit development and variance and a recommendation to City Council on the rezone and subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Next, we'll hear from the applicant. We'll start with 10 minutes, please.
Hi, Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1014 South LaPointe Street, Suite 3, Boise, Idaho, 83706. I was hoping to share my screen if I could do that.
Yes, just give us 1 second.
Okay.
You'll be dropped off for just a second, then rejoin.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Okay, here we go.
Yes.
So in all, Madam Chair, members of the commission, as far as the staff report, other than the variance discussion, we are in agreement with all of the other conditions of the staff report. Really excited to bring another project to this area of Boise. It's the same developer that did Marietta subdivision that's over on Kootenai at the railroad tracks, very similar on Kootenai and Federal Way, and very similar product. So this is the overview as Ms. Nelson stated of the two parcels, and the variance request would be just along this western property boundary, and I was hoping to provide a little more information about what we see as an exceptional circumstance. Preliminary plat, again, for 20 lots with the one common lot. Our internal drives our service drives are completely internal to the site. We do have a large landscape open area to the southwest of the property. Our proposed landscape plan, we will be doing a substantial amount of landscape addition to this, including trees along Federal Way to help buffer, and then additions along the western property line, and then within the open space. We are saving a large amount of trees on the site as well. We're really only removing a couple trees. There's one tree of value that we're actually over our mitigation by almost 58 inches with the combination of saving mature vegetation and then the addition of new. So when it comes to the relation of the end units here is really the discussion that we want to have. Again, these are the two properties in question that our project abuts to the west. The way that we have our units oriented is in a north-south orientation. So the side of the unit is here. We had looked at a couple different other orientations, but planning staff didn't want us to put our front yards, excuse me, against the properties to the west. And if we had turned them the other way, it would have put a service drive behind here. Again, putting a service drive close to existing residential. And we felt like this was a better buffer, having a common area with landscape and then a circulation sidewalk for the development within that zone. As you can see by this overall view, the existing homes to the west exist. This is 1710 Annette Street, excuse me, and 1720 Annette Circle. It's on the cul-de-sac that's there. The units, when constructed, while there is a 15-foot, or what we're proposing is a 15-foot side setback to that property line, specifically 1710, the way that this home is oriented while it addresses off Annette Street that's to the west, the front door is actually on the south side of the building here, and their eastern property boundary contains a carport and definitely a side yard, with their backyard being north of their structure. Again, in the aerial, you can see it looks like they have a trampoline or something. Here's their usable backyard. They have a carport here that it probably is within about 5 feet of the property boundary, and their front door is here. This is the unit adjacent, their carport right here along the western property boundary of this parcel. These are existing trees that would remain in that location. And then the second view is of their front. This is off of the shared, or their driveway to their home. Here's their front door. Here's the carport that's to the east side. So definitely a side, what we would consider to be a side yard for their home. Moving to 1720 Annette Circle is this home here. This is their garage that they also access off of this shared driveway to come into their garage. This area looks as though it has maybe some garden space, but really no usable backyard, excuse me. And their garage and home are oriented this way, where this is their usable backyard. They have a deck out here, as well as, again, some more extensive mature landscaping. This is kind of the view from that point. This is the side of that garage on the eastern boundary. Here's their backyard. And then they also have a little bit of room over here on the northwest of their property that's more of an open space usable yard area. When we look at the orientation of the units, the proposed units to that, the front, would be the front of these units. The garages are in the rear here. They don't even get as far south as the corner of the garage. Again, that is at this point here. And the side of the garage with no windows is all that faces this property. If you look at the elevations of this project as well, in that area, there's few windows on that side other than what would exist within a stairwell that leads to the top, as well as the orientation of the rooftop deck, which is uncovered. It just has a pergola structure over the top. This is what we're calling a doghouse. Really, it just accommodates a stairwell to get up to the roof. And then you come out onto a rooftop deck. You can see those in this perspective. You'd come up the stairwell, you come out, and the deck is here, which is completely screened from the western property boundaries by the design of that doghouse or stairwell, effectively creating no views to the west. We feel like that's appropriate. It allows us to keep the programming of the project, as well as indicated by kind of how these homes, the existing homes are laid out. They really present as a side yard against us versus a backyard, which is why, again, we oriented these units the way that we did. And if you look again at these two photos, this landscaping is to remain, larger evergreens. And on this side, their rear yard has some very mature landscaping here, but their portion of their backyard falls fully against our open space that we're adding additional landscaping. We're going to do a mix of evergreens and deciduous along here, and we will be reinstalling a 6-foot privacy fence in any areas where there is deficient fencing to continue to provide that privacy, both for the existing adjacent neighbors to the west, as well as the future residents of this project, as well as any future residents of the project to the west as well. We feel really good about this project and how it addresses the neighborhood. We feel like it's a great addition here. It provides for another housing option in the vicinity. It's close to employment, education, as well as other services. And we feel like having to step anything in or losing a unit is really an underutilization of this property. And the 20 units is very much in keeping. We actually are right at that 22 units an acre. We've got the previous project that we did on Kootenai, again, is the same design. Did receive some comments from fire, and we worked through that with the parapet wall is accessible by a ladder. And then they actually like that doghouse on the top, because if there ever was a fire, they can open the door there and vent everything rather than cut holes in roofs. All in all, we really are excited for this project to come into this area of Boise. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Semple. We'll next see if there's anybody present from the Vista Neighborhood Association. I don't think so, but just wanted to check. And then seeing none. Oh, Carrie just raised her hand. Carrie Riggs, are you a representative of the Neighborhood Association for the Vista neighborhood?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, great. Please go ahead, start with your name and address.
Hi, my name is Carrie Riggs, and my address is 1722 Annette Circle. And I am opposed to rezoning.
I'm sorry, Carrie. I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second. Are you here on behalf of the Neighborhood Association, or are you here as an individual representing yourself?
Probably just an individual representing myself, I guess, because we don't really have an association.
Okay, you will have a chance to speak, but it is not quite yet. So just hang tight, and we'll get back around to you in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, we will move on to questions from the commission for the applicant or for staff.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I have a question for the applicant. Ben, I listened carefully to your argument about the variance. And does the crux of your argument depend upon the placement of those two other houses to the west? Is that basically you're saying the way they're oriented means you're in a sense not doing very much harm to them? Is that a fair way to assess your variance argument?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that we do feel that that is an exceptional circumstance where those homes actually present as a side yard versus a rear yard, so that the setback from those would only be a 15-foot setback to the side yard of our units, proposed units, versus if the adjacent properties had a rear yard there, we would have a 20-foot setback to the third floor, and then the rooftop, obviously, which is called a fourth floor in the staff report. It's really the rooftop deck, really not any enclosed living space up there, just the way to get up there. So yes.
So as you know, Ben, a variance lasts forever on that property. So if those two houses were to get rebuilt or restructured, and then, to use your terminology, their backyard was presenting to your western boundary, what would you do then?
I still think that
forever.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, we feel that, I mean, actually the two properties to the west are owned by the same individual. He lives in one, I believe, and rents out the other one. At least that's what information I received at the neighborhood meeting. And he didn't provide any opposition to the way that the project was oriented. His main talking point was just ensuring that there wasn't going to be a vehicular connection from this project past his home and out to Annette Street. We feel like if anybody did come in there to build, there's definitely the opportunity to reorient a home, but all in all, we don't feel like it's detrimental to those properties now or in the future when they redeveloped. And this project is meant to be, our proposed project is meant to be a very long-lasting, high-quality project for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bratnober.
Thank you very much, Ben. I think I understand based on, excuse me, Commissioner Gillespie's questions and your answers, why you feel it's not necessary to have that, why you feel it's not necessary to have the full 30-foot setback. But I don't think I see where there's a particular hardship that's posed to your development. Could you describe that, if any?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bratnober, in terms of a hardship, I wouldn't say that we're, justifying our variance request based on a hardship, but more on the exceptional circumstances criteria, where the homes to the west of here are oriented in a way that our side setback is against a side setback of their lot, at least how their homes are constructed on there. We also feel like the home at 1720 Annette Circle here with the garage really is not impacted very much at all by this development, as about where my mouse is here on the screen is where the southernmost line of those units in the southwest corner would fall. So their usable yard area, which is here, their rear yard that they use, that there's actual space, there's a deck and stuff, is actually next to open landscape space within our development. And again, any future development that occurs on these parcels, I believe, would enjoy the way that we've developed this in terms of the impact or lack thereof on those properties, just with the extensive landscaping.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So not a hardship, really. It's
right, an exceptional circumstance versus a hardship, which there's both of the criteria that I've seen in code to justify the variance request.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bratnober. I'm sorry, Blanchard.
Whatever, Commissioner B, right? Ben, I just want to commend you on, I think this is a great project, and I don't really see any reason for opposing the variance. I mean, it's a very well thought out project. My homework today was really looking at this parcel and trying to determine what the impact would be on either of those neighbors. And so in a sense, you're a mind reader answering all my questions, because I came to the same conclusion. It's like, look, you have a carport here, you've got shading here. You really don't have any windows looking down. I think Miss Riggs, if I'm correct, is the one who owns the parcel, just down there in the corner. My question was whether this would impact her at all, and it does not appear that it would. So in my mind, the variance is really kind of irrelevant. I don't see any reason to deprive this development of two more units. It doesn't make any sense to me to send you back to the drawing board to either step back those 2 units there, or just to unplug 2 of those Legos and throw them out. That just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. There's really no good rationale for that.
Commissioner Blanchard, I'm sorry, do you have a question for the applicant?
No, I don't. I just wanted to get that on record before we went to discussion.
Okay, discussion can be held after a motion, but for this time, are there any additional questions for the staff or for the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I think this is first a question for the applicant. So the proposal that we're looking at right now is for basically 3 side yards, one on each on the north, west, and south, and then a front yard at Federal Way. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the way that this lays out, the front setbacks, the front doors of the units are along the north here and south of these units, and then the front doors are here and here. So all the rear portions, all the garage doors are internal to those drives. So really the side setback would be here. We're meeting our side setback requirement here, and the front setbacks are all meeting the exterior zone setbacks for actually R2. So we're really just talking about these 2 units right here as they relate to the properties to the west, the one here and here.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I guess a follow-up question. There's a rendering, and I don't know if it's set correctly in terms of location on Earth and north that kind of shows some shading into those rear properties. I don't know if it's in our staff report or in our packet or not, but it's kind of a plan view. Yeah, you can see it right there where some of that shading goes over there, and it doesn't show the time or anything like that.
North is up here.
North is that.
This is east, this is west.
But in terms of the direction of the sun in this particular rendering.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I believe that it would be, kind of southeast.
But this kind of, I guess, in terms of the usable yard area, this proposal appears to, with the height, potentially shade some of the neighbors' yards, which I'm assuming is the reason for the I guess the additional setback for those 20 feet.
Yeah, I think that really if you look at the western property boundary, I mean, there's these spruce and cedars along here are probably about 60 to 65 feet tall, if not more. This is a 2-story structure with a peaked roof that's to the north. I would guess that peak is probably at about 32 feet or so. So you figure these trees, and they run along here next to the 1710 Annette, and then this property will not be affected by the shade. If you look at back at this one, this is their yard area, and these units would never throw shade into their usable area that's already basically shaded all day long by the vegetation in their backyard, as well as to the southwest of their property, and south and west.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
So Ben, you alluded to, if the variance were to be denied, I just want to understand the perspective, your perspective and your client's perspective. The variance is denied. You've mentioned that you would just drop those 2 units. Is that correct? Or are you opposed to stepping it back?
We've looked at a couple different programs for those 2 end units. Stepping it, basically what that does is it flips the stairwell from the west side that would run, basically from the ground level up to the roof on this side and here. Those would have to flip to the east side of these units. And then we would have to step that 3rd floor back in 5 feet. And so we lose internal space. It puts all of the living space on the west sides of these units. And then it more than likely leads to because we wouldn't have enough room to do a rooftop deck, leads to a balcony or deck along the side here that is on the roof of the 2nd floor, which I believe would open up, these 2 properties to the west, as well as the residents of these 2 units in the future to additional privacy issues. We feel like this layout and the programming of the buildings as they are really leads to the most privacy for both existing and future residents of both projects, and really keeps the programming cohesive through here, and doesn't create additional construction issues or, again, kind of privacy issues where these users are now literally, they are over there next to the property line versus, the majority of their usable space is in this zone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move now on to the public testimony. So Ms. Riggs, you will have 3 minutes, and please start with your name and address.
Okay, my name is Carrie Riggs. My address is 1722 Annette Circle. I'm opposed to rezoning our area here. It will be a domino effect with growth and commercial construction. I understand that something is going to be built on Federal Way. My main objection is the height of these townhomes. They are proposing 3-story townhome with an additional rooftop covered deck. Our neighborhood, in essence, will be losing our view of the foothills and gaining in its place a 3.5-story wall. To keep with the neighborhood norms, we are all hoping that you keep the townhomes at maximum of 2 stories. 23-story townhomes for this property is too many. If they reduce the number of townhomes, it will help solve the issue of the view of the foothills and also alleviate the problem that they will have with parking. This is the 3rd public meeting regarding these townhomes that I have attended. My main concerns remain the same: height, obstruction of views, too many townhomes in a small space, and parking challenges on a very busy Federal Way. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riggs. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? I don't see any, but wanted to call it last chance. Please virtually raise your hand if there is anybody. And seeing none, we will move on to rebuttal from the applicant. Mr. Semple, if you'd like to, you'll have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think I understand some of the concerns. Federal Way is a major corridor. As Ms. Nelson stated in her staff presentation, there's multiple commercial developments along here, multifamily immediately to our north. There's pedestrian commercial with design review that I believe is 2 parcels to the south. There's an education, a new school that just was approved probably 6 months ago or so that's on Federal Way, as well as a large apartment complex that's just probably a half mile to the south along Federal Way. In terms of Well, and I want to reinforce that the patios are not covered. They do have open air above them. It is just a pergola structure that's above. And as it is right now, with the zoning, it would allow for a 35-foot tall building there, as is, regardless of the rezone. The parapet wall on these would be right at about 30 feet, give or take 6 inches, depending on if there's a high parapet or the low parapet. Some of them are 29.6, the others are 30-foot 6. And the top of the doghouse, which does not take up the entire western length of the wall, would add another 10 feet. So it would be 40-foot 6 to the top of that. The rezone would allow us to go to 45, but we are holding that below 45 feet. And additionally, we will be going through the design review process with the city of Boise to look closer at materials, some other modulation, as well as to ensure that we're meeting all of those code requirements. And again, I feel like with the way that we've worked this site in, we're preserving a lot of the views. I mean, some of the people that are immediately to the west, again, they don't really have windows that are looking to the east here. And I do appreciate Ms. Riggs' concern about views. There are, again, probably 60-foot tall trees on her northeast property boundary, which would keep anyone from being able to see down into her property and would not be in the way of her view. She looks directly east through the property that is to the east of her, which is not part of this project. And I think that's probably all I have to add.
Okay, great. At this point, we will close the hearing and render a decision, and the item is before the commission.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So in the interest of time, I will lead off again. I move that we recommend approval of CAR 20-9 and SUB 20-33, that we approve PUD 20-30, and that we deny CVA 20-31 for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Bratnober. Is there discussion?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So Ben, I really, there you are. Sorry, Ben, I thought you were here. A great job. I really like the development, and I like where it is. It's in a good place. I think you've touched a lot of the bases on that. With respect to the variance, I'm not comfortable granting a variance solely on conditions located on somebody else's property. So there's nothing about this property that warrants a variance. Everything that would justify the variance depends on someone else's property. I just don't think as a policy matter that that's a great idea. Again, the variances live forever. Someday, I think those properties to the west will be redeveloped. It might be 30, 40, 50 years from now. And we have these setbacks in our code to regulate exactly this, the placement of buildings. This proposal is adding a significant amount of building mass into this neighborhood. I think we need to stick with the setbacks. There isn't a hardship. So I would like to deny the CVA. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bratnober.
I agree with Commissioner Gillespie. This looks like a great development in a place where we need it, and some more development is necessary, and adds much needed housing to our inventory here in Boise. And again, in line with what Commissioner Gillespie said, it seems like there are some options that can be applied to basically respect the setback. Which I'd like to see. And as Commissioner Gillespie said, the variances last forever. Things will change. That's the only thing we can be certain of here. We just don't know how they're going to change in the future.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Well, this is exactly the kind of thing I was hoping to forestall, where we would have to do a straight up or down vote on this project. It was a fantastic project. And Ben, I think the the variance is immaterial. I think you ought to get those 2 units. I still don't know how I'm gonna go. I don't feel right in denying the variance. I think it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I don't know. I'm sure you have the votes for it, and I can do my protest no.
Well, we will call for vote on the approvals. Maybe, I mean, on the motion to approve separate than the motion to deny.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Make one motion.
Oh, okay.
That covered all 4.
Oh.
If it's the pleasure of the commission to deny that, then we could approach them one at a time.
Madam Chair.
There is a motion on the table.
Yeah, let's maybe hear some further discussion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stevens.
I think it's important to point out what our duties are here, and our duties are not whether or not we think that the variance is fair or the developer should get another 2 units. We're bound to abide by the findings in our code, and there are 3 findings, and we don't, as a commission, have the option to decide on 2 that we like 2 and don't like the other one. In this particular matter and in this particular case, we have to find for all 3. So I think Commissioner Gillespie is exactly right that there is no special exception or hardship on this property at all. It will be a vacant piece of property. It's a easy envelope. There's no easement on it. There's nothing on this that allows us to find the first finding. And so if we were to go as a commission and start, saying what's fair or what isn't fair for, one of our developers, I think we get in a lot of hot water. And so I would just implore everybody on the commission to look at those findings and see if you can genuinely find in favor of number 1, especially, which is about the special circumstance or the hardship. And if you can't, I think you're bound, and I think we as a commission are bound to vote against it.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevens.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'm in favor of the motion. Ben, and to you and your team, it's a great project. I think it's a good fit for the site. Federal Way gives good access. I don't think there's an issue with the density that you're proposing here. For me, it is the variance. And I agree with Commissioners Gillespie and Bradnover and Stevens that, there's just really no hardship that's been explained here or shown. And secondarily too, I understand the conditions that you're dealing with there. There's a little concern for me too. We're dealing with some fairly old, tall, mature trees, along that property boundary. There's no guarantee they're going to survive construction of this project. Even though they're on neighboring parcels, there's going to be impact to their root zones and their environment. So, there's part of me that's concerned about that as well. So again, I'm in support of the project. I just can't see an argument for granting the variance.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Squires.
I have been struggling with this one as well, but at the end of the day, as much as I would like to be able to say, yes, it meets the exceptional circumstance, I as staff had to enforce this finding many, many times when I worked for the city. And unfortunately, I just don't feel like it measures up. And as much as I appreciated all the explanation and the exhibits to be able to showcase, how this actually could work out, I can't in good faith make the finding. And I'm sorry for that, but because I think it's a fabulous project, and I hope that you all can find a way to keep those 2 units, because we do need housing in this valley, and find a way to be able to work within the guidelines of the code.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to recommend approval of CAR 20-9, recommend approval of SUB 20-33, approve PUD 20-30, and deny CVA 20-31. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
No.
Moore,
Aye.
Stevens,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnober.
Aye.
Motion carries. 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.